Bueno, ahí tenemos los vetos en pantalla. Mirage, Anubis y Ancient. Bueno, se anticipaba que Ancient podía ser un mapa que ninguno de los dos iba a vetar. Un mapa que los dos juegan bien, pero no su prioridad. Así que, bien. Mirage, Anubis y Ancient. Copadito, copadito, copadito. ¿Cómo arranca esto? Me gusta que no tenemos Nuke, no tenemos Inferno. Soy feliz. Si no hay Nuke y no hay Inferno, yo puedo castear a gusto. Mientras tenemos decisiones divididas de las Talent Predictions. Hotu para Travis. Matthew dice que Infinite. Yo, si tengo que elegir uno de los dos, elijo a Hotu. Si bien los vi jugar más tiempo, más partidos me tocó narrarlos, yo creo que como equipo son un poco más completos. Así que creo que además vienen haciendo un gran trabajo. Eliminaron... Bueno, ganaron los partidos a Astralis, le ganaron a Heroic. Nada, ¿qué decirte? ¿Qué decirte? Son dos de los equipos favoritos ahí. Ahí estamos, muchachos. Vamos para adelante entonces. Me voy a pasar el chat para el segundo monitor, así los puedo leer. Bienvenidos, pasen, hablen, así. Saluden. Y le damos comienzo al primer partido del play-in en este streaming B. Hotu contra Infinite. Dushka por la parte débil buscando la primera eliminación. No la consigue, pero repiquea con una flash ball. Estaba atento a sacar a frontales. Y a Dushka también. Buen arranque por la parte de medio de Infinite. Metido en el planteo para descontar justamente a los dos jugadores que piquearan. Y descontaron a los dos jugadores que piquearan. Hola, más, bienvenida. Daitor a corta distancia contra Norbert. No podía. Las duales son... Los jugadores que saben usar bien las duales en el pistol round marcan 100% de la diferencia siempre. Es una cosa de locos. Pero bueno, no todos las usan. Además, obviamente, tienen un costo. Y ya se nos fue un minutito de la ronda, donde los planteos de Infinite en un lado salieron bien, en otro lado salieron mal. Y ahora, con mucha calma, con mucha paciencia, deciden ir hacia el side de A. Sin dar información. Para el plata. Qué bueno, qué bueno. De a poquito ya va llegando la gente, tempranito, 8 de la mañana. Es un partido que no es de los más atractivos para el espectador. Pero bueno, de a poco los equipos se van a ganar su lugar, creas. Lo estaba esperando Norbert, que no revisaba y le costaba caro. Linda balita de Misu. 1 contra 3. Tiene dos jugadores escondidos que le van a piquear juntos. No, no le piquean juntos, pero creo que a Bolt ya lo vio. Así que lo va a eliminar rápido. ¿Quiere la doble? No. Fue muy cerca de llevarse la doble. ¿Y ahora es un fuego cruzado o no? No, los dos se juntan. No quieren que haya problemas. Tira el humo arriba del C4 y se lo saca porque tiene pinzas, y no se lo esperan. Se la está sacando a través del humo. Lo terminaba encontrando Blitz. Lo tenía bastante medido donde había plantado el C4. Buena la intención de Misu. Y 1-0. Un 1-0 que decís, ok, lo ganó bien Infinite, pero casi se les complica. En un 4 contra 1, perder dos jugadores y que potencialmente se haya podido hacer un ninja Misu, podría haber complicado las cosas, pero bueno, tiró y encontró. Tuvo fortuna, tuvo fortuna. Bueno, vamos al segundo round entonces. La segunda ronda, donde no fuerza Hotu. Compra alguna 5-7, una Zeus. Compra Norbert, a ver si consigue fortuna. Del otro lado 2 Galil, 2 Mac 10 y una K47, lo normal. Luego ganar el pistol round. Y ya empieza la ejecución para el side de fuego para descontar posiciones. Pero no se desesperan, avanzan metódicamente. La doble granada sobre Norbert es buenísima. No puede utilizar la CED con la USP. Kate no tiene chance, Dushka tampoco. Así que nos quedaba frontales escondido en el side, que consiguió una killcita y nada más. Buenas, Peque. ¿Todo bien? El último jugador es encontrado por la espalda era Misu, otra vez. ¿Quién gana para vos? Para mí, gana Jotu. Para vos, ¿quién gana? Gracias por el follow, Peque. También, muy bien. Sí, sí, lo vi muy bien a Jotu. Contra Heroic, contra Astralis, los vi fuertes. También le ganó a Gamer Legion, es verdad, en otra competencia. La verdad que vienen en una buena racha. Un nivel alto, los mapas muy trabajados. Lo cierto es que en esas series creo, no recuerdo si en la Gamer Legion, pero hasta el Heroic jugaron caché. Le dejaron abierto el caché y es un gratis para ellos, pero pará, porque me hizo una doble kill. Volt y Daitor salían de Palacio y también conseguían lo suyo. Pero termina saliendo un poco mal para Infinite este comienzo de ronda. En 30 segundos ya perdieron 3 jugadores. Quedan 2 contra 3 en desventaja. Al menos poseen el C4, no lo tienen que ir a buscar. Pero realmente no tienen las de ganar en esta ronda. A menos que una individualidad, por ejemplo, de Blitz, termine sacando ventaja. Se lo encontraba y perdía contra Dushka en conector. Se le van a tomar sin problemas para Norbert. Primera ronda para Hotu. Y sí, no recuerdo si contra Gamer Legion lo podemos chequear, ¿no? Matches. Acá. Gamer Legion. 13-11, 13-8, Das 2 y Ancient. Ok, no jugaron caché con el pero el caché de Hotu me parece buenísimo. Y bueno, Ancient es el decider de esta serie. En caso de que se vaya a 3 mapas, Ancient va a estar ahí. Y después tenemos Mirage, que es el pick de la gente de Infinite. Y tenemos a Nubis, que es pick de Hotu. Así que vamos. Para mí son los favoritos. Con una buena actualidad, con unos últimos 5 partidos muy buenos. Y la gente de Infinite con problemas, pero llegando bien, bueno, están en el ranking 35 del BRS y 38. En caso de ganar Infinite, lo baja al 38 a Hotu y sube Infinite al 35. Como te digo, Infinite perdió algunos partidos en esta quali, en esta closed, pero los partidos de eliminación y decider, es decir, los importantes, los ganaron. Los ganaron bien, 2-0 y 2-1 el último. Entonces, es un equipo que bajo presión saca su mejor versión y puede llegar a generar una complicación a Hotu. Sería extraño, debido a que los últimos 3 rivales de Hotu son de mayor calibre, de mayor nivel que Infinite, pero aún así, acá estamos. ¿Dice que salís en HTV? Sí, sí, eso lo pongo yo. O sea, bueno, HLTV me autoriza y yo puedo, bueno, el partido que yo vaya a relatar y tenga los permisos y los derechos para hacerlo, puedo poner ahí en la página de HLTV. Norbert, por la espalda. 3 contra 3, empató la situación. No, porque Slend consigue una kill más. Vamos a ver. Porque el tiempo empieza a escasear. 15 segundos. Tiene que apurarse. 1 por 1 de vuelta. Norbert y Slend. Los mismos que hacen las killcitas. Se queda sin munición el Slend y están encerrados en la parte de L. Le empiezan a sacar el C4, pero se abrían sin la cobertura de Norbert, que ya no van a tener tiempo. No tenían recursos, no tenían un humo, no tenían nada que los pudiera ayudar los chicos de Hotu en el retake. Muy pasivo lo de los que estaban del lado de Market. Dejaron todo el trabajo a Norbert. Y cuando no pudo ganar el choque en L, se complicaron las cosas. NT. ¿Le apostaste, Peque, al partido? ¿O simplemente venís a verlo? 3 espectadores, de a poquito se van sumando. Gracias a todos. Cuesta tempranito en la mañana. Como dije más temprano, 2 equipos que no son muy populares, pero que tienen buen nivel. Y son los encargados de abrir el play-in. Foto y Magic, ok, muy bien. Magic ganó sus 2 partiditos al principio, el primer día. Y se quedaron descansando hasta hoy. Obviamente no descansando, pero al menos en esta competencia no los volvimos a ver después del primer día, donde sin problemas lograron clasificar. Juegan bien los muchachos. Cuidado con Bolt. Revisaba. No, frontales. Venían haciendo doble head, doble USP. Eso no podía sorprender. 2 por 1. Tenemos una Desert y una M4 con chalecos. Pero bueno, la M4 ya era eliminada de Norbert. No pudo tener el impacto que necesitaba su equipo. Ay, se veían justo cuando se bajaba Slend para Sandwich. No saben amigar en conjunto. Ahí termina el trabajo sin problemas. 4-1 Infinite. Ojito, si bien es su mapa, están haciendo las cosas bien. No sé si estará un poco dormido Hot. No deberían, son como la 1 de la tarde allá. Acá son las 8 de la mañana. Buenos días Kevin, buenos días Surco. Firme loco. ¿Cómo estás? ¿Cómo te trató la noche? Que está lloviendo, veo, está como se está inundando el piso de arriba. Está lloviendo. Creo que se está inundando el piso de arriba porque lluvia no hay. Veo que cae agua. Compra de nuevo Jotu. Ojito con esta ronda. Es importante para ambos equipos. Me van a 6 AM, pero me despierto de las 4:40. Durísimo. ¿Qué sos de 6 AM? 2 horas de diferencia. No, México son 3. Chile es 1 o la misma. Colombia, Perú. Surco. Frontales y Mitsu, 2 por 1. Daitor consigue la baja sobre Mitsu. El trade. Y ahora sale a buscar el de side. Es Frontales que está escondido con solo LP. Que consigue una baja más. Y perfecta la cobertura de Cade. Mientras que Perú. Ok. ¿Por qué nadie usa el Shuriken para combatir al enemigo? Es silencioso, es letal y cuida el medio ambiente. Porque las armas de fuego son más letales. Preguntale a Claudio si tiene una pelea. Él elige una pistola o shurikens. El rival tiene que elegir la que sobra. Ay. Ronda 7. (4-2). Bien ganada por Jotu, la de recién. Y ya le complica la economía a Infinite. Porque hay una Galil. Hay una Tech9. Jugadorazo Norbert. La verdad que la está rompiendo. Si bien creo que Frontales y Misu son un poco más cruciales, un poco más destacan un poco más, Norbert no se queda atrás, está muy cerquita. Dushka contra Blitz. Dushka va a tirar el humo antes de caer, termina cayendo, pero el trade estuvo ahí por parte de Norbert, que termina cayendo. Kate llegaba, otro 1 por 1. La kill de Frontales en el side de A dejaba las cosas 2 contra 1 en ventaja de Jotu, y Misu llegaba justo a tiempo para poner 4-3. Elige salir corriendo. Y sí. Aunque si eligiera la pistola ganaría fácilmente, ¿no? No haría falta correr. Implicaría matar a una persona. Pero bueno, así son las reglas. Entonces ya vamos de cara a la 8ª ronda. De a poco se va despertando la gente, van llegando. Creo que publiqué ya tanto en Twitter como en Instagram. Ya avisé Pero es un sábado a la mañana. La gente ayer salió tempranito. El sábado se le complica a la mayoría. Y no creo que gente de España venga a ver el partido de Hall to Infinite. Y los frontales que no falla. Repiquea para rampa. Se va a encontrar en cualquier momento con algún jugador más. Ahí va. Acaba el tiro finito a la cabeza. Una kill de mis, una kill de frontales. 5 de 3 contra el eco de la gente de Infinite. No pareciera haber problemas. Buen día, Role Model. ¿Cómo estás? Mucho silencio. Avanzan caminando. Se encuentran los primeros. Atento, Misu. No dejaba que lo descuenten. Tac, tap. Termina cayendo en mano de Bolt, pero bueno. Parte de su trabajo estaba hecha. Agarran el AK-47. Sí, está bien. Perder un solo jugador contra el eco está correcto. Empatan el partido. Empieza a sentirse un poco más cómodo. Se vieron quizás un poquito sorprendidos por los planteos iniciales de Infinite, que son buenos. Pero ahora ya, con un par de ronditas y rompiendo la economía de Infinite, se acomodan en el partido. De todas formas, ahora vuelve a comprar Infinite. Y otra ronda importante. Lo malo es que Blitz tiene una Galil y que no haya WP en manos de Slend. Vamos esta. Quebrados, dale. ¿Cuánto le apostaste, Peque? ¿Todo bien, vos? Bien, bien, bien. Acá, trabajando. Tempranito, hace muchos sábados no trabajaba a las 8 de la mañana. Pero toca. Ronda 9. Si gana Joto y Magic ganó 260. Muy bien. Ok, 2 y poquito te paga la combineta. Parece correcto. Buenas cuotitas. Para los partidos de hoy, tengo el Excel con los horarios. Los partidos de hoy son Infinite, Aurora Eco. Yo le apostaría a Aurora. Si le querés agregar la combinada, le podés meter ahí un extra. Y Nip Heroic. Yo iría por Heroic, pero es para cualquiera, ese es muy arriesgado. Dushka se va a encontrar con Titan en cualquier momento. Estaba viendo, finito. También creas, encontrar a Misu que se asomaba como dudoso. Doble kill de kill. No fue posible la de kill. Pensé que se le ponían en fila y se lo llevaba, pero creas que estuvo atento y dan vuelta a la situación. Con 20 segundos pasaba saltando y frontales no conectaba el disparo. Importante para empatar la situación. Para el retake. ¿Van a plantar? No, Norbert llegó justo a tiempo. Eligieron mal lugar para plantar porque la cobertura no estaba ahí. Creas que quiere sacar a frontales. Le sigue mostrando la puntita del arma y lo sigue conectando de a poco. Otra kill de Norbert. Creas tiene que ganar este choque y lo pierde. Terrible. Cómo se le da vuelta la situación a Infinite, que se ponían todo a su favor. Pero Norbert, no lo vimos, ¿no? Porque nunca la cámara lo mostró Norbert. Se descuenta 2 y después frontales. Parecía que se le escapaba, parecía que se le complicaba y bueno, consiguió un tiro importante. Si lo pensé, pero trabaja la cuota. Ah, ok. Y bueno, la otra es arriesgarse a agregar Heroic y jugársela un poquito, ¿no? Vamos entonces. 5-4. Lo da vuelta Jotu. Y es 50-50. Y sí. Pero por proyecto, diría que el mejor proyecto es el de Yo quiero salir. Terrible. ¿Y si se pierde no se sale? ¿O se sale igual? Terrible. Uy, en la rodilla le pegaban la flash. Muy bien parado mismo. El trade espectacular por parte de Blitz, pero que frontales tranquilizaban las cosas. Otra más de frontales. Erra el tiro contra Bolt. Se queda solo y solito, 1 contra 3. Por CT Norder llegaba. Lo colapsaban por todos lados. 6-4. Le pide préstamo. No. No. ¿A vos te parece? Es muy bueno frontales. No lo conocía yo hasta esta quali y la verdad que es muy bueno. El mejor del equipo, sin dudas. Uy, una coquita. Rara la forma de tomar, como de a sorbitos, suelto. Yo, glu, 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 hasta el fondo. Toma en minúscula nuestro amigo Creas. Ahora me dio ganas, Me dio ganitas. Una bien fría, pero no tengo. Yo sé, no, sí, gran publicidad acaba de meter el muchacho. Tendrían que haberle pagado por eso. Vamos, una más, Ronda 11. ¿Cuántas van? ¿5 seguidas por parte de Jotu? Creo que sí. Se van de a poquito sumando. 20 personitas. Pasen, pasen y vean. Hay lugar para todos. Manifiéstense en el chat. Saluden. Digan de dónde son. De dónde nos están viendo. Ayer le mandé un mensajito a Francaster y me retuiteó que estamos acá en Kick. Pensé que iba a tener un poco más de alcance, la verdad, pero bueno. No mucha gente siguió a Fran y como retuiteando y apoyando. Pero bueno, se le agradece, se aprecia mucho la ayudita que me da. Sos de Infinite cada vez que me hacen creer más en el 3-2-2 que se mandaron contra... En español surco no entendí. Norbert se lo lleva a Bolt. También a Dayton. Continúa el full auto. Se está quemando. Saca la Tech 9. Ay, qué cerca que estuvo. Slen lo termina descontando. Frontales bien parado. No falla contra Blitz. El último jugador estaba herido. Y es eliminado. ¿Qué es el 3-2-2? Contra K27 sacaron un partidazo de la galera. El de Nemesis no lo vi, pero se fue 2-1. Vi que el primer mapa iba como 8-1 y después terminaban ganando la serie. Que fue largo el partido, que fue hasta el tercer mapa, pero... Voy a estar en HDT carrera. Ah, arreglo de partida, ok. ¿Vos decís? No sé. Después de ver a Nuclear Tigers que arreglan partidas, pero sin disimulo, Infinite no me parece que arreglen partidas, la verdad. La verdad que los de Infinite me parece que juegan bien. Me parece que les importa, que se los ve concentrados, que se los ve como un equipo serio. No me da esa sensación, la verdad. HDT carrea, sí, sí. Ayer o anteayer, como 150 personas vinieron a ver. Bueno, da poquito. Ronda fácil para Jotu. Cierran, la verdad, esta primera mitad 8-4. En el momento que arrancaron, no lo pudieron frenar, Sí, sí. Felipe, que ya está sintiendo la gira. Ya se escucha. Tatara, 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 tatara. Segundo, voy a configurar la cámara porque me empezó a entrar más luz y creo que se está quemando un poco, ¿no? Sí, tengo la mitad de la cara blanca, parezco iluminado por Jesus. Vamos a bajarle la ganancia. No, la exposición le vamos a bajar. Uy, se la bajé mucho, ¿no? Ahí va, ahí está la exposición correcta. Ahí la ganancia, está muy bien. Lo que está mal es mi pelo. Los rulos que se me hacen, loco. Cuando no me peino y lo tengo mojado. Los pirinchos de que recién me levanto. Ahí estamos. Ahí se ve un poquito mejor, ¿no? todos los cambios. Volvemos a la partida sin problema entonces. ¿Vos, Surco? ¿Le jugaste alguno hoy? Pim, 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 pim. Ya una horita. Bueno, entre los 30 minutos de previa. ¿Cómo lo lograron a Falcon, Vitality y Furia? Sí. Pajeadísimo jugaron, la verdad. De post-Mayor, ¿no? La fiaca post-Mayor. Es como. Uf, nos preparamos tanto para el Mayor, se sufrió tanto que el cansancio es como, bueno, vacaciones, relax y bueno, así sale. ¿A quién apoyas hoy? A ninguno. Yo no apoyo a ningún equipo. Yo tengo que relatar nada más. ¿Quién creo que va a ganar? Jotu, creo que va a ganar. Fácil además, creo que va a ganar 2-0. Pero apoyar como tal, no apoyo a ningún equipo. Dijimos, ya le gana Furia. Y la bestia Max, corpá. Disculpa, no te escuché. Si jugaste, si apostaste por alguno hoy. Acá, entre Infinity y Jotu. Alguna combineta con otro equipo. Slen. Tratando de hacer retake con Bolt. 3 contra 2. El humo importantísimo arriba del C4. Hay pinzas en manos de Bolt. Se va a tratar de sacar de una. Acá el primero. Salen todos adentro del humo. El tiro de Dushka. Lo terminaba encontrando. Si no, ya estaba su compañero con el cuchillo entre los dientes para sacarlo. 9-4 con el pistol round ganado. La verdad que se le viene oscura para Infinite. Festeja Peque. Festeja. Y hay siestita pre-salir o así, le pegas de largo hasta la noche. ¿Por dónde se sale? Jotu G2 es la combineta de hoy. La JP, Norbert. Se lo elimina Slend, es un eco igual por parte de Infinite. Sí, le tengo fe a Jotu, pero en su mapa también considero que ganan 2-0. Ok. Si gano le digo a los chicos para comer algo en casa. Bueno, está bien, muy tranqui. Las mejores juntadas, juegos de mesa. No conozco. Che, me está entrando el sol en el ojo. Jotu G2. ¿No confías en ninguno más para agregar esa combineta, JP? Por ejemplo, acá Peque le apostó también a Magic. Ayer jugó muy bien Gentlemates igual, ¿eh? Me gusta Gentlemates. Muy ordenado. Sin problema ganaron. Obviamente Magic es un mejor equipo al que el que se enfrentó ayer Gentlemates, pero no va a estar fácil, yo creo. Posiblemente tengamos 3 mapas en esa serie. Va a estar Pegue con el dedo en el cash-out. Doble kill para Norbert. El eco, que no puede descontar ni un arma. Ace para nuestro amigo Norberto. No juega mal, pero me gusta Magic. Está perfecto. Nunca callado. Y por ejemplo, el otro día vino Samu y dijo que apostó $3.000 a que 100 Tips ganaba y no me acuerdo qué otro equipo ganaba. Y le pagaba por 4. El potencial eran $12.000. Y como 100 Tips estaba perdiendo contra Nip, hizo cash out de $7.000. Entonces ganó $4.000. Después, 100 Tips lo empezó a remontar y volvió a apostar $3.000 a que 100 Tips ganaba. Y lo terminó perdiendo. Así que ganancia final, $1.000 se llevó. Se podría haber llevado 7. El objetivo eran los 12. Cashouteó a 7 y terminó con 1.000. Che, creo que Jotu tiene otro nivel de juego. Sí, Jotu está muy bien. la verdad. Los últimos partidos está jugando realmente bien. Y tenemos varios que se pasaron por acá que apuestan así grande. $3.000, 5.000. Están locos. Bueno, no están locos, tienen plata, que es distinto. Si yo tuviera un sueldo como el de ellos, probablemente también apostaría así, pero no lo tengo. Por eso me parece una locura. Después de que termine de castear, me tengo que acordar de ver algo acá en el escritorio que estoy viendo de acá. Está bien solo contra tier 2. Y ellos también son un tier 2. Hay que ver igual. O sea, si bien hoy en día son tier 2, organizaciones como Heroic, como Astralis, como Gamer Legion, son organizaciones fuertes, con equipos que tienen potencial, con proyectos a subir a tier 1, y les ganó Hotu. Así que... Sí, pero Astralis no es tier 1. Hoy no es tier 1 Astralis. O sea, la organización sí, 4 majors seguidos, pero... Amigo, esa beisbolera es de los isótopos de Alburquerque. ¿Estás hablando de mi campera? No, no es una beisbolera, es una campera Adidas. Mira, te la muestro así. Y mis pantalones de Kimetsu no Yaiba. Mis pijamas. Refachera, ¿no? Está buena. El béisbol, la verdad que yo, siendo de Argentina, no sigo mucho el béisbol, pero me gusta. Me gusta y lo entiendo. De chico miraba. Bueno, hay animes de béisbol que también me gustan, como Diamond Noise, como Mayor. Y hace poco, bueno, hace unos meses, cuando empezó la temporada de béisbol, con un amigo. ¿Qué pasó? Pausa. Con un amigo elegimos equipos de media tabla y es como listo, vamos a apoyar a este equipo. Él eligió a los Royals y yo elegí a los San Francisco Giants. Lo seguí al principio y después colgué. Pasa que al mismo tiempo también se estaba jugando la NBA y yo soy fanático de Luka Doncic. Y bueno, me enfocaba más en la NBA y todo eso. Pero sí, cuando tenga más plata, me voy a comprar ahí alguna camiseta de los San Francisco Giants. Me gusta mucho la ropa que usan ahí. Y... ¿Viste lo de LeBron? Yo tengo buen bate. No, esperemos que hablemos del Real. ¿Viste lo de LeBron? Sí, locura. No tiene sentido. Para renovar a los Lakers pedía un sueldo de como 50 millones, 52 millones. Y se va a los Sixers a cobrar 8 millones anuales. Está bien, es un equipazo. Embiid, Maxi, Jaylen Brown y BJ Edgecombe con LeBron. O sea, en los papeles parece un buen equipo. Que no se rompa Embiid durante la temporada. Que a LeBron le aguante el físico un año más. Que BJ Edgecombe no se pinche porque es un rookie. Que los suplentes, los jugadores de rol aguanten. Se está armando a Filadelfia. Sí. Lo que no me gustó es que se vaya por 2 pesos. Porque a los Lakers les llega Quentin Grimes, que me gusta, pero no es un jugador que te va a cambiar el equipo. Es un jugador que mucho sacrificio. Lo vi cuando jugaban los Dallas Mavericks con Luka, pero no le daban muchos minutos. Se fue a los Sixers para tener más minutos, no los tuvo. Y ahora, bueno, viene a los Lakers. Viene Walker Kessler, que es un pivot que está bien, pero no sé si te va a cambiar. No sé. Necesito que le armen un mejor equipo alrededor a Luka. Y no se lo están armando. Y no se lo están armando. Tenés al mejor jugador de los últimos 50 años y no le haces un equipo acorde. Pero bueno. Luka Doncic es como Messi en 2014. Juega solo. No sé qué habrá pasado. No estaba prestando atención y... algo pasó. Quedó 10-4. Ahora voy a ver el Discord. No lo tenía ni abierto. Pausa técnica. No sé. Sí, problemas técnicos. Que me pase con los Lakers cuando fue Doncic. Lástima su defensa nomás, sí. Y vamos a ver. Pero qué manija igual. Son muchos meses sin NBA. Una vez que terminan los playoffs, es una tortura esperar a que vuelva a empezar. Necesito Luquita Doncic 2-3 veces a la semana. I need it. Necesito ver al gordo mearlos a todos. Hoy es la quali, ¿no? De la F1 de Colapinto. Mira, Infinite Gaming tiene su propia transmisión. Hablando de San Francisco Giants. San Francisco Giants. 43-60 vienen. 17 partidos abajo. Están un poquito peor que la temporada anterior. Ganaron ayer a Los Ángeles Angels. A ver. Y están lejos. En su grupo, los Dodgers. Lo que pasa es que a los Dodgers cada vez que los enfrentamos le ganamos. Y viene cualquiera medio pelo y nos gana. Los Dodgers 66-38. 55-49 para los D-backs. 51-53 para los Padres. 43-60 estamos. Y 42-63. Estamos ahí nomás de quedar últimos de nuestra zona. Y los Royals de mi amigo van último, 43-62. Que elegimos, bueno, está bien, hay que bancar en la mala. Tenemos que bancar a nuestro equipo en la mala. Ya vendrán años mejores. Es fácil ser de los Dodgers, de los Yankees. Así cualquiera, ¿viste? A ver. Los Rays están primeros en el este. Los White Sox, bueno, pero eso es normalito, tipo, no es que están súper destacando, están ahí promedio, así. Casi .5. Los Rangers, todo eso .5. Acá los Braves, casi .6, eso está muy bien. Los Brewers, mirá. Y bueno, los Dodgers son el equipo que mejor va, pero los Brewers están muy cerca y los Braves también están ahí. Y de otro lado, los Rays. Copado el asunto. Bueno. Bueno, voy a cambiarlo de la cámara porque está entrando más luz y cada vez se me ve menos. Pero parece que voy a ir a una pausa hasta que se acomode esto, ¿no? Porque no parece volver en la brevedad y estoy hablando solo. Así que cuando esté el partido volveremos. Bueno, gente, no sé si siguen por ahí, pero parece ser que ya se restableció. Vemos a Creas a las risas. Mandándote sorbo, otro sorbito, ya no le queda, se la bajó toda. Ay, ay, ay. ¿Estamos listos? Arrancamos de nuevo. ¿Cómo la bajó esta pausa técnica, no? Y yo que no sé beber, me volqué todo. Menos mal que no tengo la cámara puesta. Un desastre. Ahí estamos. Al fin. Vamos, Traigo el micrófono más para acá. Ya volvió el partido, muchachos. Dale que dale. Vamos que vamos. Ronda 15 entonces. A ver cómo afecta esto a Hotu o a Infinite. Llevamos una larga racha de rondas. Creo que son 9 seguidas para Hotu. Y ahora Slen entró más enfocado, ganándole el choque a Cade. Voy a chequear porque no me acuerdo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Sí, 9 seguidas para los muchachos de Hotu. Desde el 4-1 que Infinite no logra sacar una ronda. Pero bueno, quizás esta pausa tan extensa de como unos 20 minutos los beneficia entonces de Slen. Le permitía llevarse la primera, pero el trade de Misu estaba rápido, aunque perdía la mitad de su vida. Sigue la ventaja para Infinite. Sigue ahí dominando esta ronda. Pero dejan 2 personas en B. El humo para conector. Y los de B empiezan como a moverse hacia L, a decir, ok, vienen para L, vienen para B, terminan de pasar para A. Está dividido la defensa de Infinite 2 y 2. Son 3 jugadores de Hotu para atacar. Así que si atacan en conjunto tendrían la ventaja numérica en el site. Aunque de a poco va leyendo Blitz que la ronda está pasando por el site de B. Mientras dejan uno infiltrado. Y ese infiltrado era Misu. Duska le ganaba a Daitor. Creas queda 1 contra 1. Frente a frontales y no puede contra Misu, que llegaba desde L justo a tiempo y hace todo bien. Corta la rotación de Blitz y rota instantáneamente para L. Locura de ronda de Misu con la triple kill. Primero tradea a Slen. Después corta rotaciones y se lleva a Creas, que podría haber descontado a frontales y no llegar a plantar el C4. 1 contra 2, la va a buscar. 1 de vida le queda a Misu. La va a buscar Bolt. Encuentro primero, recibe bastante daño. 35 de vida. Parecía mucho más. Pero le juegan con el tiempo. Le exprimen el reloj. No se le muestran. Lo vuelven loco. Frontales gana el choque. Misu no pudo cambiar su Galil por un arma mejor, al parecer. No, se ve que no. Pero bueno, casi se va de control la ronda. Entró más enfocado Infinite en los comienzos del round. Estuvo ahí más certero, como con más propuesta. Pero toda una acción de Misu que hace todo lo que tenía que hacer en la ronda. Traer a su compañero, cortar las rotaciones y llegar justo a tiempo para proteger a frontales. ¿Y de qué se disfraza ahora Infinite? No lo sé. Tiene 2 Famas, 2 MP9 y un M4. Hermano de Glenn que pierde la vida ahora, pero hacía muchos años sobre 2 jugadores. Creas, le ganaba a Cade por el otro lado. Por la parte de conector, se le quería infiltrar. No se lo esperó jamás. Dushka completamente ciego. Bolt se lleva la doble kill. Rondón de Bolt. Y ahora se roba una 47. Su compañero Creas no puede. Y Daitor sí. Y queda todo en manos de Norbert en 20 de vida. 1 contra 3. La verdad está completamente perdida la ronda para ellos. Se despertó Infinite. Logra sacar su primer ronda luego de 10 seguidas. Terrible. Terrible. Ahí pasaban las replays. Me dio un poquito de hambre, Voy a aprovechar los 10 minutos de entre mapa para ver si como algo. Teño fome. Avanza Infinite. Voy adelantado en el site B para cubrir solo y tener la información lo más rápido posible. Si es que hay gente por ahí, le van a piquear, Lo están buscando. Decide retroceder. Doble presencia en la parte de conector. L también tiene presencia de Blitz. Mucha concentración de Infinite en medio. Y están esperando pacientemente. Los chicos de Hotu saben que tienen tiempo. Los disparos desde camino de rata. El lateo para la ventana. Todavía no se encuentra. Completamente ciego. Blitz en L. Escapando. No puede contra Misu. Pero atentos, Len. Se acercaba para poder eliminarlo. Completamente regalado. No se lo esperaban a Creas en Forest. Y la doble kill es buenísima. Queda todo en manos de frontales. 1 contra 3. Tiene que contarlo lo más rápido posible y lo descuenta. Llegan los demás por la puerta de mercado. Están los dos. Le piquean juntos y no fallan. Otra ronda para Infinite. Que gracias a una doble kill de Creas, que estaba infiltrado, logra hacer el tiempo suficiente para que sus compañeros cierren la ronda frente a un frontales que le das un poco de espacio y te complica el muchachito. Qué mal esa pausa técnica, Veníamos subiendo, la gente se iba acercando. Y ahora se fue. Tenemos una rondita más. Una rondita más. Dorbert ganaba con la Plus 50, pero Creas y Blitz. Bolt también ayudaba porque se le complicaba. Termina cayendo Blitz. Pero no pasa mayores el eco de los muchachos de Hotu. Buena rachita por parte de Infinite, necesaria para mantenerse en partida. Es su propio pick. No podían dejarse ganar así como venía siendo. No podían de un 4-1 pasar a un 11-4. Pero bueno, ahora vuelve a comprar la gente de Hotu y esta es la ronda en la que tiene que concentrarse de Infinite. Cada ronda de compra no tiene que haber dudas. Volví, hola Peque. Sí, se hizo esperar bastante la pausa técnica, pero acá estamos. Linda esto. 26 de vida para Norbert, que ya queda a rango de headshot de las M4. Pequeña remontadita de Infinite, unas 3 ronditas al hilo. Pero ya la primer kill de la ronda es para Cade. Slen con el lado LP revisando medio. Mucha presencia en medio por parte de Infinite, pero Cade se lleva la segunda. Perfecta la kill de Bolt frente a un Misu distraído. Y si bien la ventaja está para Hotu, esa kill le da un poco de esperanza a la gente de Infinite junto al tiro de Slen que lo cazaba en el aire, Norbert, como un pajarito. Y ahora tienen miedo de bajar al side. Y ahora están 3 contra 3. Y ahora Bolt achica desde la parte de camino de ratas. Los está buscando. Hola, señor Cedru. Costó levantarse el sábado, parece. Y ya sabe Infinite que la ronda se juega en el side de A porque Bolt les dio toda la información. Así que están preparados desde conector y desde escalera para esta entrada. Hizo un saltito Slen, no sé si es a propósito. Pero ¿por qué se da vuelta Blitz? En el momento menos indicado. De todas formas no pasa mayores porque estaba Slen con el tiro y el trade. Después la Deto y el full auto. Deja todo 1 versus 2. Está jugando solo Slen. Denle una ayudita, denle una mano, Bolt, que viene por caverna, por ramp. Y el ángulo es bueno porque Frontales ni se lo esperaba. 11-8. La pausa técnica le vino muy bien a Infinite. Venimos a bancar al amigo Beto. No dormí, pero me estaba bañando. No dormí. ¿A vos te parece descuidar tu salud así, sin dormir? No, está muy mal. Sí. Dios mío, loco, Dios mío. ¿Por qué está negro el mouse de nuestro amigo Misu? No está negro, está desgastado. Literalmente le sacó la pintura del tanto uso. O tiene las manos sucias. Who knows? Los buenos son así. Claro, pibe, vos no entendés nada. Desayunito. Salute. Mira el Beto. El Beto Carry. Vamos, horrible. Le ganaron a Heroic, le ganaron a Astral y le ganaron a Gamer Legion. No juego, Peque. Ya estoy grande, Peque. Ya colgué el mouse. Dictor contra Slen. Bueno, Dictor y Slen contra Katie Dushka. Doble kill para ellos. 5-3. Gracias al Beto. Bueno, el Beto ahí no pudo hacer mucho. El que pudo hacerlo es Misu, pero al toque es eliminado por Bolt. Queda todo en manos de Frontales. Dushka arranca dormido, pero conforme van pasando los mapas se enciende. Ojito con Dushka. La bestia dormida, no lo despierten, Si era dormido me tatúo el tag de Beto. No te da. No te da. Che, estuve viendo ahí que... Bueno, a vos no te gustan mucho. Bueno, más o menos. No es que no te gustan, pero no es tu estilo. A vos te gustan los tatuajes más grandes. Pero Roba está... La manga de stickers, por así decirlo, 180. De 10 a 12 stickers, 180. Y mi brazo todavía tiene espacio. Dudo que gane en un mayor. O confía en Hot, loco. El futuro del counter. Frontales tiene un plan. Vas a hacer 10 a 12 es el entremedio entre tal y tal. Pero no hay entremedio. Si llevas los 10 o 12 ya decididos, es uno atrás de otro. Tipo, sacás todos los stencil antes. Y listo. No, yo me hice un... A mí no me pasó, Son en zonas distintas. Son tatuajes que no tienen relleno o mucho laburo. Son stickers, boludo. Son líneas. Sí, pues tendrá un rellenito, pero muy chiquito. Son como los que yo tengo en el brazo. No puedo hacer 30. Si tuviera el tiempo, la plata y las ganas y la decisión para elegir tantos. Blitz, complicado, encerrado, Norbert, el Beto. Beto. Este tipo es insoportable. No me canso de bañarlo. Y se hace cuentas y cuentas y cuentas. Frontales, con el tiro importante. Una de Miss, una de Frontales, una del Beto. No llegué y son muy lentos, pa. Ya le bañé la palabra igual. Un asterisco. Dushka, doble kill. Ronda para Hotu, que se pone map point, triple map point en el mapa de su rival, en el mapa de Infinite. Sí, linda flashita. Completamente ciego. Flash de Dushka. Y otra flash más ahí para Creas. Y Dushka no falló. Vamos entonces a la ronda 22, la del loco. El humo cae. Pero ya tiraban las latas, se subían a Moscow 5. A Slen le vemos el flequillo nada más. ¿Estamos seguros que es él? ¿Lo de atrás es un espejo o un agujero a otra dimensión? Porque no se refleja Slen. Como que... Si es un espejo deberíamos verlo a él, la compu. Pero se ve como el mismo color de la pared de atrás. Que también debe ser la de adelante, ¿no? Pero no importa. Parece que es un espacio atravesando el armario. Misu, nuevamente Misu. 21 para él. Demontrándole al Beto. ¿Cómo se hace? Slen, que no podía contra Cade. Bolt, atento. Quiere descontar a Misu. Blitz le gana a frontales. Quiere una más, pero Misu lo sacaba a Bolt. Y sí, Blitz consiguió una más. Y los quiere buscar. Y lo están esperando. Y Misu se lleva la triple, pero el Beto no estuvo a la altura para ayudarlo. Dushka ya estaba atento. Y lo sorprende. Ronda. Y mapa. Para los chicos de Hotu. 1-0. Che, ahora tengo que cambiar. Bajó el sol. Y tengo que cambiar la iluminación de la cámara. Me está volviendo loco. El sol easy. A ver. Hola, ¿cómo están? Ahí se ve bien, ¿no? Un poquito más, capaz. Le bajamos un poco la ganancia acá. No, ahí. Y la pasamos piolita en el chat, charlando, diciendo boludeces. Voy a renovar el mate. El mate. Y... acaba de salir de bañarte igual. No sé por qué tenés que renovarlo ahora. ¿Será que lo dejaste así antes de irte a bañar y ahora está intomable? Sí, claramente es eso. Pero bueno. Sí, literal. Sí, ya sé, capo. Ya sé. Mi mente prodigiosa calculó todo en una microfracción de segundo. En fin. Vamos a una pausita de unos 10 minutos. Que no sé por qué no está apareciendo en pantalla. Uy, qué pesado este tipo, boludo. Qué pesado. No se cansa. ¿Cuántas cuentas tiene? Si ya no me deja bañarlo. Ahí va. Te voy a bañar todas las palabras, bro, El Gentleman, dale.
things. I'm mic'd up is live. Tap in, let's get gains. It ain't no more would did or should did. I got too much right now to brain. That's all I know and all I live. For all trying to stop my show. The tour 10 years ain't stopping till it's round the world and back again and back again and back again and back.
To the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place.
We built a legacy that defined generations. But history only remembers those who survive what comes next.
Okay, that's some resistance. Okay, maybe you can. Eating my words as
Faster.
they eat its bullets.
More brutal. Unforgiving. Season 20 is here. Write your name in gold.
Well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for Map 2. Hatu currently lead the series 1-0 off the back of an emphatic win on Mirage. It was a pretty damn convincing victory. I mean, sure, there was a bit of a resurgence towards the tail end of the map from Infinite, but Hatu were in control throughout. Now comes the curious case of Anubis being the map pick of Hatu. Now, it did catch me a little bit off guard, the fact that they chose Anubis, and I guess that's down to the fact that Infinite were more inclined to ban Cash over Anubis, and Hatu go, okay, you may have taken our trump card of Cash out of the pool, but now comes our secret card of Anubis. We'll find out if that's the case or not.
Yeah, you wouldn't say it's a massively secret card. As you can see, there are 2 games that I've played on it recently, but very, very low tier of opposition for Hatu. If you go back 6 months, it's a bit different. They've beaten Fnatic on LAN, they've beaten Gentlemates on LAN, they've beaten 9 on LAN. 2 separate LANs, one of them being the Roman Imperium Cup and one of them being a LAN in Istanbul. And they've also beaten Betboom a couple of times on the map too, back in January. So, look, that's a while since those results, I know, but they have previous on the map, and we know they have a solid level on it. So I'm hopeful. If you look back at Infinite's results, having only had 1 map on it recently, go back a bit further, it is still only 1 map on it recently. For the entirety of the year, it is only 1 map on it against Johnny Speed to the S-Play LAN. So, yeah, there's a lot less to look back on for Infinite than there is for Hatu.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but still, it does feel like that's a very long time ago. Like, I'm not sure how much relevance those results actually have coming into this particular game. I'm still a little bit skeptical of, like, reading into games from back in March and Feb, even January as well, some of those results, right? So, obviously, none of those games with Tushka either. I don't know. Like, I thought that Dust 2 would have been the better choice for Hatu, playing into their own strengths instead of trying to pick into their opponent's weaknesses. But if they are actually able to show a good level here on Anubis and get the win, do Hotu not basically just have like a proper 6-map pool at that point? Because obviously Inferno is their permaban, but if they can prove to us now that Anubis is absolutely in their wheelhouse, then there aren't any weaknesses that you can pick into for this Hotu team.
I'd agree. And that's definitely a factor for them going forward. When you look at weaknesses, numbers-wise, absolutely not. There's not much there to really exploit, maybe. But also, you have to consider the fact that form is still a very fluctuating thing for them. So maybe, at this current point, yeah, they do have a very wide map pool, but in the future, we'll have to see if that remains the case. Funnily enough, I mean, if you're a fan of silly memes, 4 of Hotu's maps have a 67% win rate on them. So there you go. Maybe Hotu are your favourite team if you're a massive 6-7 enjoyer. But joking aside, this map, as I said, it's tried and tested by Hotu, just not that much lately. The 2 games that they've played on it in those last 3 months, one of them would have been against a random Turkish team, really. And against Quasar, that would have been with Dawushka, but Quasar have no real known or impressive players on that team you would look at and say Hotu would lose to. So, yeah, only one example with Dawushka. It is a W, but only one example for Infinite for the entire calendar year so far. So we'll see how that pans out as we go into the pistol, as we go through the map.
Let's see what Infinite have got to show for us here on their permaban. Nothing too overcomplicated about this approach in the pistol as they try going towards the speed bomb site. Norbit's done a great job to have found 2. The problem is that Dawushka hasn't gotten in on the act, so it does mean Infinite will find 2 kills back in response and bring it into a 3v3. Side control gained and bomb plant secured.
And come the dualies, though.
Oh, wow.
And whether it's Frontales or Mizu on the dualies, you can always rely on them getting a couple of kills. And this time, Frontales got his 2 on the USP. Very, very nice. Very, very nice from Hotu. The immediate recovery. I imagine that Infinite will go for a force with the bomb plant. We shall see. Here's the tracking from Norbert. Very good reaction to get that second. Volt will be annoyed that he died kind of at the very last second there of that dualies spray. It is what it is. And there's the tap from Frontales POV as well. So clean start, and in comes that 3 Galil purchase.
Yeah. Infinite. Let's see what they can do for themselves here on this force buy. Very valuable pistol round to win in the map pool. On the CT side, Anubis pistol going Hotu's way. Now they just love to try and get it done against the force. Now that is cheeky there from Blitz. Notice how he fires a shot off with the Glock. He's trying to sell the fact that this is an eco round for Infinite. Trying to keep Hotu guessing. And I wonder if there were any comms that came through. That would now obviously be realized with the spam there from the Galil. I don't know if the spam from Kriaz is worth it. I kind of like the gimmicky idea of trying to keep Hotu guessing as to whether or not this is the force buy or not. Now, obviously, any suspicions would be confirmed. And we know how important it is when you're on the CT side of Anubis to look to be proactive. It's exactly what they've done with the push through E-Box, the push through A main as well. Mizu will claim that kill on Volt. And immediately, with that one frag, they're playing Anubis to perfection here. Getting active, not overtly, finding a kill, and then looking to fall back. There's a team kill in the mix there. Frontales does damage to Kriaz. Slend will frag his captain, unfortunately. Mizu will catch the advancing Daitor, and it's only Blitz and Slend left remaining. No obvious options available for them. Blitz has made some ground up here in A main, and Slend is going to join with them. He's going to set up a Molotov here to maybe try and limit what Blitz has to deal with, but it's the high-low setup here between Cadio and Mizu. In fact, now even just holding a very similar angle. The swing will come through from the tees. A lot of damage done by Mizu. You'd imagine Cadio can finish it off, and he absolutely does. Good job there from Hotu. No real issues or struggles against the force buy. Infinite's backs firmly against the wall here because they've lost the opening map, and they're obviously now 11 round losses away from being eliminated from the qualifier.
Yeah, no more chance of playing on those Lorgar PCs either. Maybe a future tournament for them. I think we've also got a tournament called Lorgar Rankings. So
they could buy one.
They could get
buy one if they needed to.
Yeah.
Something that I think is cool is that Lorgar are actually selling the PC that's going to be used at the main event. So if you're like a gamer that wants to compete on PCs that get played at tournament level, at the highest level of the game, you can actually just buy that pre-built computer.
Yeah, I like that. I like that factor. M4 recovered by Slend, but only 1 kill in the eco for Blitz. H2 in full control already. And the numbers are going to be skewed, don't get me wrong with this one. But I just want to talk about the year for H2 on Anubis, talking about those results back in January to the present day. Only one in really that's relevant with Dewushka. But it's only one thing I don't think I mentioned really is that, sure, it might only be one with Dewushka, but for the, of course, you have to count the core as well. And this year, they've only lost one map on Anubis out of the 10 they've played to Favbet and CCT. And that's still pretty good. I know it's very hard to take results from that far ago, really strongly relevant, but T-Round win percent 67.5, CT round win percent 52.3, that's very good for Anubis. I really do feel like this is a map that H2 have not necessarily planned in terms of like hard pracked for, but it's one they know they have in their wheelhouse with the core in general and with the plans and protocols they've got, and putting it out here might be a bit of a masterstroke, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm right there with you. It certainly is enticing, and it's cool to see that they have the confidence to bring it to the table in such an important game. And it kind of signals to us that they've been working on the map, right? And they've maybe just been itching for an opportunity. Ban cash at your peril, because maybe it brings upon an even more challenging affair. Great flash, but Dewushka has the support there of Mizu. I love the activation from Mizu, dropping through the window into the canal there to aid Dewushka's cause. And now he's got full info and control. As I say, that Volt will dispatch of Dewushka. And Mizu's trapped. He doesn't have much health either. Only 30 seconds on the clock. So at this point, Mizu's just trying to buy time. Daito, in the meantime, makes his way over the bridge through middle. You would imagine Mizu should be a dead man, but it's just about the longer he survives, the more complicated this becomes here for Infinite. Eventually, the frag will be found. Now, where's the bomb? Okay, it's going to get scooped up by Daito. He doesn't have any time. He's just got to run straight into this A bomb site, and even then, I'm not sure if there's enough. He's even paused to try and check the cross. Yeah, surely, even with the bomb out, I don't think there's enough time for him to get it down here. H2 will find the kill or the round, and that means they go up 4-0.
That's poor from Infinite, and that just comes with not playing the map, doesn't it? That comes with not knowing your timings, not remembering your various protocols in terms of where you should be on the map at certain moments, and just plainly one of those classic, slightly rookie errors of not looking at the clock. Focus on maybe so many things, with it being a map away from elimination, it being a map you don't play too much. You can take your eyes off the important factors occasionally. And then, as you can see, the stake odds are very, very in H2's favour, and that makes total sense to me, knowing the situation that Infinite are now in, especially even on this map, because that's a map winner prediction only for Anubis. But I get it. I totally get it. I think it's fair.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. You're not wrong. They're going to try and get a little bit more of a move on now with some more time on the clock and towards us. A bomb site. Mizu was just always in a very awkward position. Didn't really look so comfortable. And this fast half-by play in towards the A bomb site's going to work the trick for Infinite. Job should be as good as done. I don't think that Norbert and Dewushka should even be giving this a look in. Not like they've got a whole lot of money. So saving both these rifles is actually pretty important. It looks like that's what they'll commit to. So Infinite going to open up their account. Something the fat and the sort of around keeping it as simple as possible will yield them their opening round.
And sometimes Infinite, they'll know that Anubis can be as simple as that. It's a little bit like Ancient in a way. Not in the way the map is laid out, but in terms of how quickly you can get to a bomb site for a T player. There's no long routes for it. There's no massive pieces of CT control that you can get early. That's why CT is usually quite hard on this map. T-side get a lot of presence and close to bomb sites very early, goes without saying, for I'm sure there's many people who've watched Anubis before in chat. But it's the casting lines we go through whenever it's an Anubis game, obviously. And yeah, I think when you can get that close to a site and just put in a proper execute and barrel your way in, more often than not, it kind of goes the T side's way. So if Infinite do keep it simple, they might have a good chance of still getting a good number on the T half.
It's why it's important as the CT side to try and actually take a little bit more ground, like what they're doing here in A main. This Frontales Mizu setup. You can't afford to just shift walk into this angle, that's for sure. And Volt tries, he pays the ultimate price. They may not expect Mizu to be in an advanced position, but again, Hotu are playing the blueprint brilliantly. Get that opening kill, then you can afford to bunker down into the bomb site because you've already gotten yourselves the advantage in the round. So they've really got a good respect for the line of making plays, but then not overplaying their hand. Running it back, though, in towards this A bomb site are Infinite. Nothing Frontales can do about this. Mizu's going to have to go the entire way around. So Hotu have conceded complete control of this A site. That means a plant will come through. Double flank in play. Hotu have that man advantage, but this is going to be a challenging retake for them. Slend has to start to consider this flank, though. It'll be his job and his responsibility to make sure that these CTs aren't able to come through from there. And Norbert does exactly that. He then doubles down with the frag found on Blitz, and it's just all Hotu here on the retake.
Beautiful. Not even a single loss on that retake. The way they bounced off each other there was lovely.
Even the decision to fall back off the site was quite a nice one, right? Because sure, you're up by a man, but rather give up the plants and almost guarantee the retake than try and stand a chance of defending the site itself in the first place.
Don't worry, that wasn't you. Can Infinite solve the puzzle on this T side? One round only. Of course, with full loss, they're still going to be able to get plenty of purchases in. After that previous round as well. Blitz has a bit of residual cash available, as does Kriaz. We've got full util. They're going to try and change up the pace a little bit. Quite a lot of T rounds on Anubis I've seen lately. From teams who don't play the map that much, come with mid control. I think they're going to go with that for that properly now. Try and get a boost here for Kriaz, try and get an opening kill in some way, create some space, maybe even push up now once this deeper smoke is down. Frontales knows that while that smoke is up, this is pretty much the only angle he can fight from. That's why Kadia is now in on support. Frontales does get his kill through the corner of the smoke and well half blinded, and then Kadia stops Blitz. Talking about the possibility of mid control. Hotu know that it's important. They fight for it a bit more, and it works beautifully. Look at Kadia go.
I feel like Owen Wilson at the moment. Wow, Kadia, how does he keep coming away with these instantaneous headshots? He's trapped though. Infinite need to force the fight on him. They're going to try and molly him out of position, and the kill will come through. Volt was, I think, slightly tagged by his teammate, so doesn't do much damage. The nade certainly does. Volt then turns on a dime to get that frag on Norbert as well. And just like that, Infinite are back into the round.
That is crazy from Volt. I bet Norbert felt like he had the round done and dusted on that flank.
Probably should have.
Just got demolished by Volt. Frontales and
Where do they
Dewushka,
go from here?
They both are holding a site of their own. Dewushka's got that plat position on B, of course, worried about the possibility of them going through Temple. And Frontales is on A. But again, time is a bit of an issue, and Frontales has got a great position. Gun barrel will be seen, holds the line, Send will drop, 11 seconds. Volt has to try and get onto that site and get it planted. But Frontales might just jump on him here. He's going to do it. Oh, but actually he's missed him. The bomb plant does come through from Volt, and now Frontales needs to play time. Finally, he's got some help from Dewushka, but he hits the no-scope anyway. Classic Frontales. He makes up for the mistake. 6-1 Hotu.
I mean, NT's in chat there for Infinite, considering that they were in a really sticky situation in the 2v4, and they do well to even get themselves a bomb plant out of that. But Frontales just plays the situation to absolute perfection. Plays up close to the smoke while it's in play, then falls back as it begins to fade, holds the angle to basically guarantee himself a kill. Maybe a little bit too much of a trick shot there, trying to go for the no-scope. I think he could have just guaranteed the kill had he scoped in, but it's all good, because he gets the job done anyways. Also, Kadia, I feel like this is some of the best sort of form we've seen from Cadio in recent times. And you and I have actually been pretty critical of him in the games gone by for Hotu. But it's no coincidence that with the step-ups we've seen from him coincide with these big improvements and strong results they've had against teams like Astralis Heroic and Gamer Legion.
It kind of makes no sense in a way, because when Hotu picked him up, I firstly didn't think it was a great pickup. He was farming Cadio, but that was in really low-tier local Kazakh events with, I think, a team called Depot. And he was looking fantastic. He was dropping like 1.4s on the reg. But I was very surprised to see him go to Hotu. And he also started on the team really poorly. Ooh. Anyway, this round is fully underway, and we're down to a 2v2. A hold from Mizu, a hold from Norbert, but Mizu eventually drops to the Molotov from Slend. Now, Cadio is going to have to do more heavy lifting. He's only 7 HP. Frontales, this duel in toward E-Box. If he clears Slend properly, the round is back on. He's going to do so and hit the shot, even when Slend swings a little bit further wide. Frontales is not missing at the moment. Blitz now needs to not miss himself. Cadio, 7 HP from earlier on. Both have defuse kits. The HE is possible, and Cadio's going to be the player to hold it to begin with. He's using the nade to break that smoke rather than go for the kill. And he might get both of them, but it's too late.
You could see him there as well, hand on his face. He gets the frags, but it's not that doesn't matter. It's inconsequential there because the defuse comes through in time. Hotu again win another unlikely round, lose everybody in the process, but they've won 7 out of 8 rounds here on the CT side of their map pick, waltzing in towards that semi-final. They've been flawless so far here in this qualifier. They've only dropped a single map. This is their 3rd best of 3. Course, from the stage of the competition, you win 2 best of 3s, you qualify for that main event, and what a massive haul that would be for Hotu to add an S-tier event to their calendar going into the 2nd season.
It really would, and this team has always had that ability to make upsets happen and look dangerous in those tier 1 events they've played, right? It's not like this will be their first one. They have played quite a few over the course of their careers. They played IEM Rio this year. Had a chance to qualify for a few others as well. Of course, played Bounty early on in the year. They're playing the current Bounty right now. With a chance to go through against Astralis later. That'll be a rematch, of course, from this tournament. And yeah, Cadio goes a little bit too far on that occasion, maybe, but it's fine. Dwishka will try and force the issue back in response to the nade. Just blows the smoke and Blitz wide open. Double
entendre because it was they heard him tick into the mollies. They knew that he was in E-Box. That smoke breaks that nade breaks the smoke and inadvertently does damage. Bolt tries to phase through the smoke, but I don't know about that one there. You're in the 3v3. You've got so much time to play with. That feels like it's just too big of a gamble. I know that he's thinking they might not expect this, and maybe I can make a play here, but I'm just not sure the situation called for it.
Norbert again. Always in the right position at the right time. Daitor 1v3. You said double entendre. Doesn't that imply that the second meaning is like cheeky or rude?
I'll have to do a double take here to see.
Because I associate double entendre with the first meaning being normal and the second meaning being a bit cheeky and sexual or whatever. You know?
I guess so. I mean, maybe not necessarily like sexual, but I do get you that it's a little bit more like cheeky kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think you are right. Like with the checking it on Google, you're not wrong. But okay. You know what, Trav? Just don't read too much into it. You know, just let that one slide. As Norbert will slide on into Daitor, find the kill 8-1. Despite Cadio having gone down at the start of the round, they still make it look relatively easy.
Now that's a double entendre. See?
See, that one wasn't even on purpose.
I know. Norbert will just relax things once again in this round, and then Daitor tries to plant open, but Norby's always there, isn't he? Ever all reliable Norby. It's kind of like an in-joke between some of the casters that just Norbert's the GOAT. Everyone just says, oh, well, Norbert's the GOAT, isn't he?
I'm just so happy that I don't have to deal with Norbert 1 major, Nico 0 majors anymore, man.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough.
That really boiled my blood.
But look, it may be tongue-in-cheek. Maybe tongue-in-cheek, but Norbert is pretty goated with the way he goes about his play for Hotu on this roster.
Yeah.
I mean,
Go on.
I was going to say, like, you rightly pointed out about how Mizu could have been a player that could have been picked up in the off-season, but Norbert, I mean, he deserves a conversation too, considering the direction Paravision went in with picking up Hobbit.
Yeah, that's what I said. That I thought he might have been one of those players as well. Volk going to get caught on the timing there by Mizu. Oh my god, it's a sea of blue in the kill feed. 4 frags found in extremely quick succession. Blinking, you would have missed it. I nearly did. Daitor, yeah, he's got a window of opportunity here. Got to have trigger discipline, though. You can't pull the trigger there, but maybe he should have. Oh, Daitor. I mean, you can't blame him whatsoever because he knows he needs more from that position than just the one kill that would put him in a 1v4 and compromise his spot. He's hoping maybe I can creep forward. Maybe I can get a lineup with the player who's on the platform there. Get 2 quick kills, then find the third, get the bomb. Oh my god, what? And Frontales turned around. It's all gone. It's all over. Much like Infinite's run here in the qualifier, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it feels like a dead set guarantee, doesn't it? 9 on CT. And funnily enough, those numbers match the scoreline perfectly. 9 rounds for Hatu, 9 odds for Infinite, and 1 for Hatu for our stake odds as well. Makes total sense, and Infinite decided, look, let's just go for aggression here and see what we can do. Good damage.
Anytime they run around with this approach.
Actually, very good damage from Mizu, but Cadio is still there, will get run over by Blitz, and as you rightly say, speed has been the only thing that has gone Infinite a couple of these rounds. They'll be thinking back to this half. If they win this one, thinking to themselves, God, why didn't we go a bit more aggressive more often?
Yeah, that might be the takeaway. I mean, Dvushka has been able to bypass Kriaz. Oh, it's a problem. Both the remaining players now for Infinite are kind of trapped in towards A main. Daito's going to juggle the flash into Kriaz to try and set him up. There's a smoke grenade here on Frontales. Let's use it front A main or for the defuse. He's used it front A main. That could be problematic. Does Kriaz have a lineup for the incendiary? The defuse is being stuck right now. Where is Kriaz? He's trying to set up a flashbang. Oh my god, it's a disaster of the highest order. It's all falling apart for Infinite.
I mean, they didn't have much health once they'd finally got into the bomb site, but it was a chance. It was one of the very few chances they've had in this half. And once again, the extra util Hatu had on the rotation, especially Norbert again. Look at the timing he got onto Blitz as he wandered into the site. They then have to try and charge their way through the smoke, even predicting where Kriaz is going to reface from as well, without even seeing him. It's just free for Hatu and easy for Norbert. Looking to find 11 rounds on their CT half here, which would be incredible. And maybe that Anubis pick that we were both questioning, even though Hotter's
me more so than you, to be fair.
Yeah, to be fair. But still, having only played it once with this new lineup and only lost it once this year, you still wonder if a new lineup could change things somewhat. And at the moment, well, they can seemingly still play it at a much higher level than just the tier 3 teams they've been stomping on it too. The core loves this map, seemingly.
It's also just a proof that Hatu's map pool has been leveled up and that they've been working on integrating cash once it's been added into the fold. They've been working on bringing Anubis into their repertoire as well. And it means that they've got more than just the standard 4 maps to fall back on. Can Infinite find a second round to fall back on here? They're going to try and breach in towards the speed bomb side, but look at how well poised Hatu are to deal with what's coming their way. Norbert will find that first frag for free, and he's just going to continue to try and force the issue now that they know he's here. Just going to continue to annoy them. Still 2 more players where that came from, and it looks like it's enough to just dispel Infinite altogether. Kriaz, the captain with the bomb, has already shifted away. Frontales might be able to get the line. He does. Kriaz, he killed Mizu there earlier on in the round. He was never expecting another player to find himself in that position as well. It's only Slend left, and not for much longer. Frontales will seal the fate. 11-1. Indomitable performance coming through from Hatu, as they're just 2 rounds away from that next stage of the play-ins.
Hot2 are loving life at the moment. 11-1 going on to the favoured side of the map of Anubis, and I think Infinite are not long for this world. They've done a very, very good job of getting through to the quarterfinals in this play-in. They have a chance to play for StarSeries 20, but maybe that's just about the right amount of steps for them to take.
Well, let's see how long Infinite can keep themselves in the contest. Big breach in towards the A-bomb site coming through from Hot2, and they run straight into a brick wall. That immovable object of Volt and Blitz set up brilliantly. Couple kills between them, and you would imagine that just straight up locks in this pistol round. Now, Dvushka's effectively in a 1 versus 5. He's found two. There's no room for him to work with. He's got to suck in his tummy to even try and remain in behind that pillar. Easier for some than others on the server. Either way, Frontales is now going to come through from mid here, 1v3. And they know exactly where he is.
Go on, Frontales, give it to us. Something crazy. He's got no armor. Okay, it's impossible now. With Dietor and Slend on this position, no chance. Look at Frontales just playing chipping and Slend right now. It's like, come on, bro, peek me. You're 11-1 down. Just peek me, man.
Peek me, Rick. I mean, Slend.
Yeah. Look at me, Ricky.
Exactly. Classic.
Honestly, if anyone doesn't know
That's when I knew
about.
Lake had it, bro. That was when I knew Lake was the real deal.
True. If anyone doesn't know what we're talking about, it's when Lake was playing against Floppy, and I think in an ESL Pro League, when they were going up against each other. And Floppy's first name was Ricky. And Lake was trying to get in their minds, and he yelled, "Look at me, Ricky! Look at me!"
And he was still like the infancy of his career at that point was Lake. So that was when I was like, damn, this he's got some air about him. Either way, blown enough smoke up Hot2's ass in this one. Infinite, what can they do? Extremely long road back. They've had some really impressive comebacks in this qualifier already. Have they got one more in them? I mean, this would obviously by far and away be the most impressive and what should be dubbed as an impossible challenge.
God, look at those KDs for Norbert and Frontales. It's beautiful. They've been about to be one BO3 away from playing on those Lorg RPCs. Let's see, though. T-side is about to begin. What if Infinite just lock it down and make it like 11-7? Then we start to get a bit worried, huh?
Maybe. Such a long road back, though.
Yeah, and they can't afford to lose to all of the fast Tech 9 half buys either, if there are even going to be any of those. So
Exactly, and those are so trip-overable, if I can put it that way. I know that is not a term, but you get what I mean. Very easy to trip over those sorts of rounds on the CT side of Anubis.
Indeed.
Right, well, first gun round, Galil's for the most part here for Hot2, and quite a lot of utility in play. They've actually opted for slightly weaker firepower in favor of more utility. Infinite have got a big flank coming through here. Kriez is going to catch the bomb carrier. It's a really big issue because now there's only one guy left in the canals. The bomb's been left behind, and although they find success upon the entry, it means nothing.
Yeah, if they just find a crazy immediate headshot duel here from Norbert, then there's a chance to work their way back in, but he's already used his molly in that close position. They're going to have Blitz close with the MP9. He's gone all the way around and found Dietor in the back, but getting any more than that is very difficult. And even though Mizu does find a second, 15 seconds on the clock, breaking his way back in is not going to happen. And good bit of aggression from Infinite there. They decided, look, we're not going to go down with a whimper. We're going to fight. And that fight works to begin with. They'll put Hot2 on a half buy again.
Yeah, good to see that they're also making moves on the CT side. They haven't just gone into a shell here and, like you say, rolling over, despite them being on the brink of getting eliminated from the qualifier. They're still giving this everything that they've got. Moves being made, flanks committed to catching Hot2 in transition there. 3 consecutive rounds to begin proceedings in the second half, going Infinite's way. And this is one of those rounds that Trav was mentioning that can be really difficult to contain when you're on the CT side of Anubis, and why it can be so difficult having such little room to work with.
Daitor will manage to combine with Blitz for that molly kill. He knows that he's got one more player stuck in the corner, but he also wants to try and avoid the Cadio scout. It's awkward for Daitor with that avoidance being required, but he makes it work. Gets away with his life. Still a 4v4 though.
Yeah, Hearts are going to continue to try and persist in towards this B bomb site. Infinite have got 2 players on the side of the map, both committed in E-box. No further util, but Hearts have actually navigated all of their players away from canals. And so Infinite aren't really going to get a whole lot of value out of the setup and trying to cover both positions because only one of them really needs covering, and it's actually going to work out anyway. Taito and Trials make light work of everybody advancing in towards that B bomb site. Infinite successfully keep 4 players alive.
It's only been Echo against Nuclear Tigers in this entire qualifier so far, at least on our B stream anyway, that they've been able to just close out a game with ease quickly. It's always been a little bit of a sniff from the team that's a long way behind in any one-sided first half. Infinite are keeping that sniff smelly at the moment.
Keeping their nose in it is what you're saying.
You could say that. But sniff smelly sounded funny, so...
Yeah, I like it. Here we go. First full gun round for Hard2 where they've got all the AKs in. Play big wide swing from Easy. He just looked like... He's been a money player here on Anubis so far. Almost unplayable. Best player of the map so far, and he's the top fragger at that as well. But that's not the only metric I'm going off of. Just in terms of impact and the reads we've gotten out of him here on Anubis as well. He's been brilliant. 5v4. Is this the moment where Heart to get themselves up to map and series point?
Ben knows he needs to deliver, and thankfully the utility will force Cadio out into the open. But here comes Mizu again. There's a little bit of a dink, though, through the wall, and he can't get away from Kriaz. Now, Dewushka, I don't know about his whereabouts. I don't know if he's in there in that position too. So he could try and go for a look all the way around, but with the time on the clock, maybe they need to win duels toward B instead, and Norbert's doing it again. Blitz and Daitor both go down. Big miss from Slend, and it allows Norby a freebie. Triple kill. Frontales and Dewushka there to help out now. And Kriaz cannot win this 1v3.
Well, you might as well have a crack, right? They've got all the money in the world here. So he might as well just roll the dice and see if he can make some sort of a miracle happen, trying to creep back through CT, but he's just taking so long that just by virtue of the time alone, there's no chance for him to get anything out of this. Yep. Hot to have done it courtesy of a wonderful triple kill upon entry there from their entry fragger as well. Norbert is the man who attempts most of the opening kills for Hotu. Frontales will be the one to get the job done. Hotu up to 12. 7 chances now to get themselves into the semi-finals here of the play-ins. You've got to win 2 best of 3s from the stage of the competition to claim one of those 2 spots in the main event. And Hotu are almost halfway there.
And in general, just seeing these duels go the way of all the Hotu players, I just feel like the first bullet of all of these core of players, Mizu and Norbert in particular, and actually Cadio as well today in particular, is just better than Daitor, better than Kriaz. Kriaz's first bullet has been pretty poor in the entire qualifier. I mean, a lot of messy sprays from him that I've seen with my own eyes, and I think he'll admit that firsthand as well. He is the in-game leader, so I can forgive him, but yeah, it's been all the Hotu, hasn't it? And it looks like a fast play through the smoke on B could be the way. They want to try and close it. Norbert's Mac 10 will get the entry. Dewushka with a follow-up. And it could be only a couple of seconds away from Hotu going through to that final BO3 in this qualifier. Kriaz, Volt and Slend all with utility, with the kits as well to play with on Slend and Kriaz. But breaking their way back into this one feels an impossibility. A boost might be something, and
Nice.
there is Volt getting that. Kriaz will find Frontales too. You never know. Kadia might still need to swing now dry, and he does go 1-for-1. But it's down to Mizu, and always reliable. Mizu will get it done. Over 4 years on Hotu, and maybe his team is now the best it's ever been. They're going through to that semi-final tomorrow.
Yeah, completely deserved result there. Purple patch of form continued their hot streak here in the past couple of days, taking big names, but then also being able to get it done against teams in which they find themselves as the favorites. I wouldn't have said that was the case against any of Gamer Legion, Astralis, or Heroic, but it just shows that even when there is a bit more pressure on them, they're still able to deliver in the same sort of fashion. I mean, that was a convincing win, Trav. 9-3 on Mirage, maybe a bit of a fight back that did come through there from Infinite on Mirage, but just completely dominated them on Anubis. A map where we had a lot of question marks about them, but now we have answers.
Yes, indeed, and they might have only played it once with Dewushka, Hotu, right? But the core has played it 10 times this year, and Infinite as a whole have only played it once. That is the difference there.
Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait, baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Hey, legends don't die anyway. I was working on a play today. Body bags covered away. I paved, zipped up like a bathing ape. How many of us then came and stayed? Not too many. I've been staying awake to get it and get right on every mistake. I give them a bite, they taking a plate. It's all been a feeling that I couldn't shake. So I just keep killing till I'm at the gates. We straight, we treat them like worms in a lake. They bake, just give me a drum and a bass. I skate and grind till I'm numb in the face, okay? Don't fuck up my day. Don't talk about clutch, I got ice in my veins. I'm colder than Trey, I stick to the code. I'm glitching the game. I do anything for the win at the end of the day. I gotta cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait, baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anyways. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anywhere.
something out of nothing. Then that, you feel me? I'm glad to be in that position because everything is growth.
Every time I elevate, it's something to celebrate. John Jones, I went to heavyweight on these featherweights, but I ain't backing down, I'ma take the weight up another plate. Lean at the crumbs, that's how you eat, let me demonstrate. Decade in the game, I ain't lost a step, I just up the pace. Watch them up the pay, I put in the reps and pick up the chase. Then it up the balance, but we ain't even no miles away. It ain't just a talent, I took the challenge and walked the craze. Fell a couple times, but I got back up with some saving grace. Definitely leader, a pastor still need a preacher. Talk to me when I'm shallow, lend a lens to see deeper, closer in to see higher up. That's too much for the speakers, but ain't much for the thinkers. Clouded, I rush to the lower end to see what's in the deeper. Found a message to send itself with much younger and eager. Keep your youth and maintain your health, cause the future is trouble. But you made for the struggle, and you born with the hustle. Any imagery less than greatness, erase it and double down on your first mind. I come from the worst kind, made life before I found shine. No chain, it was all grind. I'm him and they wanna dim, but my lumen's way off the chart. I'm human, I can't admit, but my spirit up with the stars. I'm clear as I ever been. This feeling won't never end. They watching, I notice, but it ain't knocking the focus. I'm highest and hottest, but I still be I'm a champion. I'ma win, I know. I'ma grind for mine. They can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'ma win, I know. I'ma grind for mine. They can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. Life been so crazy, I can't do nothing but look high. This is just like I prayed, but ain't like I thought. On my way and sitting in my zone while they plotting out my grave. I'm plotting my next stop out state, getting that pay. I kept it true, I can't say how they played. I'm just gonna state what I knew and thank God I got grace. Grace for my years I've been putting in that pain. The bounce back insane, the build up took time, but wiped up the stains. I'm mic'd up is live, tap in, let's get games. It ain't no more would did or should did. I got too much right now to brain. That's all I know and all I live. For all trying to stop my show, the tour 10 years ain't stopping till it's round the world and back again and back again and back again and back.
To the chase, everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face, just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Hey, legends don't die anyway. I was working on a play today. Body bags covered away. I paved, zipped up like a bathing ape. How many of us then came and stayed? Not too many. I've been staying awake to get it and get right on every mistake. I give them a bite, they taking a plate. It's all been a feeling that I couldn't shake. So I just keep killing till I'm at the gates. We straight, we treat them like worms in a lake. They bake, just give me a drum and a bass. I skate and grind till I'm numb in the face, okay? Don't fuck up my day. Don't talk about clutch, I got ice in my veins. I'm coated in tray, I stick to the code. I'm glitching the game. I do anything for the win at the end of the day. I gotta cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face, just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anyways. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anywhere.
glad to be in that position because everything is broke.
Every time I elevated something to celebrate. John Jones, I went to heavyweight on these featherweights, but I ain't backing down, I'ma take the weight up another plate. Lean at the crumbs, that's how you eat, let me demonstrate. Decade in the game, I ain't lost a step, I just up the pace. Watch them up the pay, I put in the reps and pick up the chase. Then it up the balance, but we ain't even no miles away. It ain't just a talent, I took the challenge and walked the praise. Fell a couple times, but I got back up with some saving grace. Definitely leader, pastor still need a preacher. Talk to me when I'm shallow, lend a lens to see deeper, close in to see higher up. That's too much for the speakers, but ain't much for the thinkers. Clouded, I rush to the lower end to see what's in the deeper. Found a message to send itself, much younger and eager. Keep your youth and maintain your health, cause the future is trouble. But you made for the struggle, and you born with the hustle. Any imagery less than greatness, erase it and double down on your first mind. I come from the worst kind, made life before I found shine. No chain, it was all grind. I'm him and they wanna dim, but my lumen's way off the chart. I'm human, I can't admit, but my spirit up with the stars. I'm clear as I ever been. This feeling won't never end. They watching, I notice, but it ain't knocking the focus. I'm highest and hottest, but I still be I'm a champion. I'ma win, I know. I'ma grind for mine. They can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. I'ma win, I know. I'ma grind for mine. They can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion. I'm a champion. Life been so crazy, I can't do nothing but look high. This is just like I prayed, but ain't like I thought. I'm my way and sitting in my zone while they plotting out my grave. I'm plotting my next stop out state, getting that pay. I kept it true, I can't say how they played. I'm just gonna state what I knew and thank God I got grace. Grace for my years I've been putting in that pain. The bounce back insane, the build up took time, but wiped up the stains. I'm mic'd up is live, tap in, let's get gains. It ain't no more would did or should did. I got too much right now to brain. That's all I know and all I live for. All trying to stop my show. The tour 10 years ain't stopping till it's round the world and back again and back again and back again and back.
cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Hey, legends don't die anyway. I was working on a play today. Body bags covered away. I paved, zipped up like a bathing ape. How many of us then came and stayed? Not too many. I've been staying awake to get it and get right on every mistake. I give them a bite, they taking a plate. It's all been a feeling that I couldn't shake. So I just keep killing till I'm at the gates. We straight, we treat them like worms in a lake. They bake, just give me a drum and a bass. I skate and grind till I'm numb in the face, okay? Don't fuck up my day. Don't talk about clutch, I got ice in my veins. I'm coated in Trey, I stick to the code. I'm glitching the game. I do anything for the win at the end of the day. I gotta cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up and finally escape. Wait, boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anyways. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made, okay? Boom, boom. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. Legends don't die anywhere.
glad to be in that position because everything is broke.
Every time I elevated something to celebrate. John Jones, I went to heavyweight on these featherweights, but I ain't backing down, I'ma take the weight up another plate. Lean at the crumbs, that's how you eat, let me demonstrate. Decade in the game, I ain't lost a step, I just up the pace. Watch them up the pay, I put in the reps and pick up the chase. Then it up the balance, but we ain't even no miles away. It ain't just a talent, I took the challenge and walked the craze. Fell a couple times, but I got back up with some saving grace. Definitely leader, a pastor still need a preacher. Talk to me when I'm shallow, lend a lens to see deeper. Closer in to see higher up, that's too much for the speakers, but ain't much for the thinkers. Clouded, I rush to the lower end to see what's in the deeper. Found a message to send itself, we're much younger and eager. Keep your youth and maintain your health, cause the future is trouble. But you made for the struggle, and you born with the hustle. Any imagery less than greatness, erase it and double down on your first mind. I come from the worst kind, made life before I found shine. No chain, it was all grind. I'm him and they wanna dim, but my lumen's way off the chart. I'm human, I can't admit, but my spirit up with the stars. I'm clear as I ever been. This feeling won't never end. They watching, I notice, but it ain't knocking the focus. I'm highest and hottest, but I still be the coldest. I'm a champion, I'm a win, I know. I'm a grind for mine, they can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion, I'm a champion. I'm a win, I know. I'm a grind for mine, they can't stop me, no. If I die, it's fine, cause I live to show that it can be done. I'm a champion, I'm a champion. Life been so crazy, I can't do nothing but look high. This is just like I prayed, but ain't like I thought. I'm my way and sitting in my zone while they plotting out my grave. I'm plotting my next stop out state, getting that pay. I kept it true, I can't say how they played. I'm just gonna state what I knew and thank God I got grace. Grace for my years I've been putting in that pain. The bounce back insane, the build up took time, but wiped up the stains. I'm mic'd up is live, tap in, let's get gains. It ain't no more would did or should did. I got too much right now to brain. That's all I know and all I live for. All trying to stop my show. The tour 10 years ain't stopping till it's round the world and back again and back again and back again and back.
brisk rise with this lineup. We've been big enjoyers of Maswell and Tenzi for a very, very long time. The addition of AW seems to have given them extra stability with Moon, just to continue and kind of just stay consistent at tier 1.5.
It's really impressive how they've, as you've highlighted, been able to maintain this level, because often you'll have teams that come through from tier 2, look really promising, punch upwards, have a little soiree into the higher level of tier 2, maybe even push some of the bigger LAN events, and then end up dropping off and slipping back into obsolescency. Whereas this Magic team has reached this high, and they've just maintained that level. Now, coming into this game, their opponents are Gentlemates, obviously a team that we got to cast yesterday against Volchaki, and they looked extremely impressive. They won both their maps, like technically in the first half, considering that they were so far up on the first half of both Nuke and Inferno. I do think that this is going to be a different level though for Gentlemates. I'm not expecting a similar sort of game here whatsoever.
Yeah, fair enough. And of course, we've seen Magic play in a couple of other tournaments as well recently, and in this boot camp they're at, mood seemed pretty up and down, but majority high, knowing the form they're on. And talking about Gentlemates and just continuing that conversation for a little bit, yeah, I mean, yesterday, well, Jackie, they are a team that's dangerous online, don't get me wrong, but if you look at it logically, I'm not surprised that Gentlemates dispatched them in the way that they did, even without Martineza. Martineza, obviously one of the pretty much the main star player for Gentlemates. Yesterday, they proved, even with Crucial, one, Crucial can still play very respectably against that level of team, and two, the core riflers, especially Mopos, still has the ability to be such a cut above. So that sort of tier 3, tier 2 split always seems to be a rifler that is as a gatekeeper rifler for tier 2 Counter-Strike.
Absolutely, mate. Magic may be becoming that team now at the moment with how good they've been lately. As we get a look at the veto now, Magic have picked Mirage every single time that they've beaten Gentlemates in those previous 3 aforementioned games that you had spoken about. They've picked Mirage again here, so sticking to their guns, not worried about maybe some like anti-stratting coming into the mix here from Gentlemates. And Gentlemates have picked Cash again, as they did when they played against each other in the group stage. Ancient will come through as the decider if one is required, which hasn't been required in the previous, 3 times they played against each other, right? They haven't actually needed that third and final map. It's just been clean sweeps from Magic every time. But I have a sneaky suspicion that this one's at least, like, at a minimum, going to go the distance, and we'll see all 3 maps.
I also think it's going to go 3, because as you mentioned, that game was very close last time on Cash between these two. And it's been a pretty regular occurrence in terms of the patterns as well. I mean, if you look back at the previous games that I touched on earlier, Gentlemates brought Magic to overtime on Inferno, 16-13 at PGL Astana, 22-19 on Inferno and the Stake Ranked Episode 2 close qualifier, and the first map in that game on Mirage went 19-16. So they've gotten really, really close. They've got 1, 2, 3, 4 overtimes in these maps they've played in their previous 3 BO3s, and unfortunately not able to win a single one of them. So there's definitely a chance here for them. And look, we've already seen it a couple of times for Gentlemates in the big 2026 with them playing Cash against 3D Max the other day, and of course against Magic. But it was I wouldn't say very common, but a map in the wheelhouse of the Movistar Riders core back in the day when Mopos used to play it with the old Movistar boys, like Mixwell and Alex still on the team as well back then. And there's a lot of good teams that they played and fought pretty well against as well back then, including an old version of VP in 2019 and other teams that were around that sort of tier 2, tier 3 level when they were coming through as a unit, all those Spaniards, of course. So, yeah, I'm hopeful that they're going to get this one to 3. That'll be my prediction, but I'm still taking Magic.
Yeah, you and me both, as we could see on the graphic that it just popped up. Magic is the choice of both Trav and I to get it done here in this particular series, as we get to run through some of the results that both of these teams have had in the past 3 months on the map. Now, you can see that scalp of Gentlemates featuring more than once. A massive win over NIP where they just demolished them, and sure, they lost the time they played against them afterwards. A spate of some rough results, but just look at the names, man. Like 9Z, who are trending to become a top 3 team at the world at the moment when we get the VRS update, ahead of Vitality, shockingly, is the forecast at least. And then we know that Mouse have always been very good on the map, and FaZe, well, when they're on, they've got some ridiculous talent. So very, very forgivable results, those 3 losses. As for Gentlemates, I mean, a completely different level of opponents for the most part. I mean, they did get a sick win over Maus themselves, and they beat Heroic too, but then also some losses in there against teams like X-Ruby, which maybe look a little bit more questionable, especially coming into a game at this kind of a level.
God, Matt, you just mentioned that to me, and that's passed me by a little bit. I know 9Z are damn good. They won Ecstasy Pro League. I still just, in my innocence, still thought they were top 9. I'd overtaken the likes of Bet Boom and Legacy and those sort of teams. They're the best South American team in the world at number 4. They've overtaken Furia. That is incredible, isn't it? I mean, I think they deserve a lot of credit for how they've been able to make that team work, especially with its current lineup. With Mayan, because people were looking at that team with Mayan and saying, how is this guy who's been struggling as a rifler for however long and just coping in Tier 3 Counter-Strike in South America, not really doing anything? How is he going to work as an AWPer on that team? And look, well, it might be the riflers doing most of the work with the numbers, but I tell you what, he's a very important part of that team now as the AWPer.
Absolutely, and once the effect is felt from that Vitality loss against Liquid yesterday, from what I saw from like the VRS nerds who are able to kind of calculate and forecast these things, 9Z are going to go up above Vitality on the VRS ranking, which is absolutely crazy. So they'll be top 3 for the first time in all of those players and the org's tenure and their career. They'll actually be all the way in the top 3 in the world. Yeah, Alex, it's probably not a bad idea to... Oh, automatic? Just push a little button, why don't you, mate? Oh my god. Is that really what the world has come to these days? That's insane, man.
Fancy schmancy. Nice stuff there, and we won't get blinded up too much. They'll be hoping to do some blinding in the server today. I think, Gentlemates, that core we're talking about, that the core that has played so much for so many years with Alex, Mopoz, and a little bit of Salsal as well. Salsal's not exactly a young player either. WG, I think, is the youngest on the entire team, with Crucial standing in for them. But like, as I said yesterday, with the win against Jackie had just not proven themselves consistently anyway to get multiple wins over teams that have been Tier 2 gatekeepers for this long. Whereas Gentlemates have always been very good at dispatching teams of that level. And even though we both think their form is going to drop, we both think there's a great chance, unfortunately, as a fan of the team and an enjoyer of the players, what they've been able to do over the years, we do think they're going to drop out the top 15, maybe fade into obscurity a little bit. It shows there's still something there with this core that they can maybe, if they really want to, continue pushing forward and go international eventually.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, it's such a big point in their careers, their long and storied careers, been dealt quite a big blow with the departure of Martinez, and the questions around Gentlemates' position in the scene is like, where do they go from here, right? And I guess right now, currently, their focus is just on what's ahead of them, and that's this qualifier right now. Crucial's been a fantastic stand-in for them, but they'll have some difficult questions they need to answer, I guess, within themselves more than anything else about what they want from the future of their career. I just want to go back and highlight that previous game between these two teams a little bit as I've just checked the scoreboard here. Moon went... Goodness, wait, where's it gone here? So when they played against each other in this qualifier earlier on in the week, Moon went 60 for 23 across 2 maps.
Yeah.
60 is nearly a 3 kill death ratio, 1.77 rating, 25 for 6 on Mirage. He just single-handedly tore Gentlemates a new one. Nothing gentle about how he had handled them. And then 35 kills on Cash coming through from Moon as well. So he just had an outstanding series. I mean, he had 12 opening kills and only 2 opening deaths. Now, is that replicable? Probably not, right? Like that's just astronomical numbers coming through from him. Having said that, Crucial also had a very good game, and to the extent that I'm also not necessarily convinced that he'll be putting up the same sort of performance, so it'll probably level out somewhere even if they do both drop off a bit.
Yeah, I feel the same way with that one. And of course, as well, it's not like Moon has had to go that hard to beat Gentlemates every single time. That very important game for them in the 2-2 game, by the way, for PGL Astana, which was the game that got Magic into playoffs. And as you can imagine, for Moon, very, very important in his home country to make playoffs for Astana as a proud Kazakh. It was Masval who dropped 100 ADI over the two maps, exactly 100.0 with a 1.67 rating. But yeah, but just looking at that previous game in this qualifier, which is the most relevant one, obviously, it is stunning. It truly is stunning. I mean, that is not something you'd expect in any way, shape, or form. Looking at the previous games that these two have played. If you look at Cash alone, it was AW who topped the charts, but with Moon, like you were saying. That Mirage is just astronomical numbers for Moon. Like, plus 16% round swing, 128 ADR with a 2.4 rating. And if I get through 3 more clicks right now, I can tell you that was his second best rating in his entire career, under a Ruby game versus Endpoint in 2024, where he went 28-6. So that shows you that he's really starting to feel like he's confident in his element at this level, because before, Matt, if you remember, we were kind of a bit suspect about Moon. We thought he didn't really have the ability to jump up, but clearly he does.
I mean, honestly, I don't think I've ever been of that opinion, personally. I wasn't very convinced. I wasn't like, I know he will be, but I didn't really have doubts. I thought that he was a little bit unfortunate with the way that some of his teams had kind of like blown up, 9 Pandas in particular, where it's not even on his HLTV team list record, but he definitely did leave, was it like Ruby to join 9 Pandas, and then 9 Pandas ended up actually, like, that project imploded, and then there was no room for Moon back on Ruby afterwards. I think there was something along those sorts of lines, but I'm not shocked to see it working out for him at this level. I think there's a pretty promising career ahead for Moon, and it's good to see him performing the way that he has been as of late.
Yeah, and there was a little Amcal stint in there. Then he had to go back to play with Rune Eaters for a while in Kazakhstan, only for a couple of months, sure, but before Magic picked him up. And don't forget, it was name of the AWPer. I can see his face, Matt. The guy that Moon replaced on Magic. Height. There it is.
That's the one.
I remembered it myself without having to look. I'm so proud of myself. But yeah, replacing Height. Height wasn't that bad, but I think the reason why I said what I said about Moon there is because Height was, I think, a little bit flashier, but just a little bit less consistent. And Moon had always been a 1.04-ish type AWPer. Like, he'd never really been a guy, you can check his HLTV when he was playing on Ruby and say, oh my goodness, this guy's got a 1.2. He's going to be the next big AWPer to come through. Sure, a lot of that is during, a lot of this time in Moon's career has been kind of during CS2's release, and the AWP being very rough roll, and Graph 2 update maybe helping him a little bit, you could argue. But we've been saying that for every single AWPer, and he's managed to at least put in a really good level lately. He's still only got a 1.03 in the last 3 months, but don't forget, now Magic have reached a point where they are playing these Tier 1 events, or they are playing the likes of FaZe and 3D Max and Mouse and Falcons, for goodness sake. So, like, you need to give them a bit of a pass for that.
Yeah, we need to remember that it's normally the AWP who actually drops off the most from that step up from the doldrums of Tier 2 to the higher levels of Tier 1.5 and above, because the AWP at that level in Tier 2, Tier 3 can get away with a lot more than they can at the highest level of the game. You're not used to playing against teams who will flash you off angles a lot more, who will use their utility a lot more effectively, who have discipline not to re-peek you unnecessarily, who will double swing you instead of one player just pushing you. So that's why you'll often see a drastic drop-off from AWPers, and they're the ones who tend to struggle the most when you do kind of enter those higher levels of the game. So I think it's really cool to see that Moon has been able to at least maintain stability at a minimum. Like, just for an example that comes to mind, think about MaxCore, right, in South America, who was farming and dropping like 1.2 ratings with Sharks, now Dendele, and he was just insane regionally. But then when he went across to Europe, it was like just playing a different game at that point. It is probably what it felt like for him. Had much bigger struggles. So yeah, and I feel like that number of his, that 1.03 rating, will just slowly have an upward trend towards a 1.1 towards the end of this year. Like, if I had to predict where it'd be by the end of the year, I'd probably say like 1.08, 1.09 kind of thing.
Yeah, I think that's very fair. I think the MaxCore comparison is also a good one, because a lot of the teams that he would have been playing in South America when Sharks / Dendele were looking to qualify were, at that sort of level where utility isn't perfect and just kind of pugging it out. Not necessarily that way. I'm sure the teams that MaxCore was playing weren't of that opinion that they were pugging it out, but that's the difference in level that I'm trying to describe, right? It was much less utility focused and easier for Max Core to pop off. So yeah, exactly. We saw, I think, was it Tenzi there? Or was it Spade? I don't know. Who had that massive sheet of paper there with all the... it was Spade, yeah, of course, with the in-game leader role, obviously. We're seeing the high fives and everything now, and I think we're hopefully going to be going live very soon. Apologies for the waffle, but we've got to fill sometimes. That is our job, and I hope you guys weren't too bored by our conversation. We can get into the game now. We're ready to go. Gentlemates versus Magic. Can Magic get their 4th 2-0 in a row over Gentlemates, or do the Spaniards have anything left to give in this qualifier?
I'm going to stick my neck out and say I don't think they'll get their 4th consecutive 2-0, but let's see. Pistol round underway. The pick of Magic. It's a known quantity. It's the same map they've picked in the previous 3 outings against the Spaniards. Can they find success here again? Each time they played on it, they've had a better result, and they're going to have a pretty good start in towards middle. Kills going back and forth. There's more where that came from. Crucial's committed. In the meantime, Magic are forcing their way in towards the B bomb sites. There's a lot going on across the map here from the T's perspective, as they've successfully gotten control of B, bomb plants as well, and a 2-man advantage.
Yeah, HU already used from Davy and then the kit picked up. Is it going to really get them any chance to work their way back in? Maybe not once Fade 8's in a great position like that. Easy tap, and then Masval creeps in, knowing the round's pretty much done. Doesn't allow that kit to be saved. And Magic already looking solid early. And that's the thing. Look, we're 1 round in, but I want to give what I think could be an insight into Gentlemate's thought process going into this game. If it's the map they've lost against the same team 3 times in a row, they're probably thinking, okay, second time we tried to change it up a little bit, didn't work. Third time, we tried to change it up a lot, didn't work. 4th time, are they going to be pushing the boat out even further on the CT side and trying to play even more aggressive and maybe just go a little bit beyond the red line to try and force a different result here? That is the difficulty for them, knowing where to go next in a matchup like this.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you have to say, is there even anything that they could do stylistically that would even make a difference to the outcome of the game? Because for me, it feels like it may just be a massive disparity in the firepower between these 2 teams, man. Like, I'd say Tenzi and Masval clear all 5 players on Gentlemates by some distance in terms of their capacity of firepower. When you talk about experience and fundamentals, and those things are, you know, different different factors at that point. But just in terms of raw firepower, I think that's why Gentlemates tend to struggle as much as they do on this map against Magic in particular.
Yeah, even with Martineza, right? It's not like they weren't playing with Martineza in the previous bit.
And this was one of his best maps, man.
Exactly. The PDO Sana one is a great example, I think, especially on LAN in a pressure game, just the level Magic have. Anyway, this anti-force is going quite well as well for Magic here. Tenzi's about to push forward, and Moon does sacrifice himself to Salsaur, but Tenzi was always going to get that trade kill, and there's Spade 8 lurking in from the flank. So, yeah, I think it feels a little bit unfair to talk about Magic trumping Gentlemates firepower in that massive a fashion, but I also think it's not unfair. Because just from what we've seen the other day from Mopars, you might think, oh, really, are you being that dismissive of them? Well, kind of from what we've seen from the likes of Tenzi and Masval in their careers so far, yeah, sadly. Lorgar PCs, of course, are our sponsors. If you want to click the panel below the stream and get yourself involved with that, they'll be the PC provider for the main event, and both these 2 teams want to be 1 BO3 away from that main event.
Exactly that, Trav, and that's what would be the result of a win here. You win here, you play 1 more game again tomorrow, you win that game, you stamp your ticket into the main event later this year. Winner of this series will play against the winner between NIP and Heroic, so that'll be a tough game either which way you spin it. Of course, Hotter have already gotten themselves through with their win over Infinite. Really convincing fashion. They were able to get the victory there. Series 1-0 second map just gotten underway. It's kind of things are going on across the grounds at the moment so far here on this fine Saturday.
Indeed. I was speaking to my good man Brandon, who is doing the A-stream commentary with Lucy, and he messaged me and said, Xantares just said, screw these guys, and switched on. He went 13-11 on that one, did Xantares.
He has been known to have those games. Yeah.
Over the line with a 2.04 rating, so there is good old Xanti still going strong. How many years has he got in his career left? Hopefully a couple, for the sake of the viewer. Always entertaining to watch. Alex?
Oh my god, I can't believe it.
Underpassing, yeah. I mean, just peppered away bit by bit. I mean, his poor feet, dude. That is one way to go.
He thought he had done well to get across to the other side. He's like, okay, all right, I'm safe now. And then the molly comes through, another nade. And he, like you say, his toes just being shot off there by Spade 8. Great way for Magic to have opened up the round. Good utility usage as well. Just look at the protocols. But Crucial will just hit the perfect timing on the shot anyway. So Spade 8's going to be calling this round from the sidelines. They've got options available 1-2-1 currently across the board here for Magic. AW, AV, I don't know what we call them. Like, probably regionally it would be AV because they pronounce their W's as V's in that part of the woods, but that's just...
Yeah, I've been saying AW his whole career. So.
I know. Between them throughout the series. Anyway, point is, he's got the bomb and they're going B.
And Tenzi and AW are both ready to peek. In Salsal, he needs a kill, and he's not going to get it.
Round over, mate.
It's a 4v4 when he goes pushing in, and that is the issue. He wants information with only 20 seconds left on the clock when we're thinking it's not B, but 20 seconds is more than enough. And that's another example of gentle mates feeling like maybe they need to push the boat out further when it's not needed, when they've had such a rough record against Magic.
I mean, just what's peculiar for me, and I wish we had a tournament where we could just pause the game at the end of a round, get Salsal in on a little hot mic and be like, okay, here's your opportunity. What you've done there, and I'm sure there's going to be some logic behind the decision you've made. Can you just explain to the class for 5 marks why you've decided to push apartments when your teammates stacked on A, so you're the only player on that side of the map, and there's nothing going on anywhere else? Like, if there was a big exec that was coming through on the A bomb site, then I get it, right? Then you're just getting a move on. But with your teammates having received A, and you decide you start pushing at that point, I'm just not entirely sure what the thought process is there.
Yeah, and these are the sort of things as well that Magic can do to cause a bit of tilt factor for Gentlemates. I mean, Masvel has peeked into Moon's molly there, killed one player on a save attempt, and died to Moon's molly. Doing things like that just shows you the space they have to make moves like that. The money they have to put pressure on the Gentlemates economy. So there you go.
Yeah, but why is Salsal pushed? I still can't get over it. I'm left scratching my head. I want answers.
I know. Can the lovely production flip the names at the top of the screen, please, by the way? Would appreciate that.
Check the odds as well, mate. We're just 4 rounds into the game, and Magic's odds are already extremely one-sided. Crucial thinks he's got the cross covered. He doesn't know that Masvel's already here. Oh, and he's not going to be able to affect the trade either. There's info gained there for Masvel. Gets the kill on WG, and he spots Crucial as he crosses back. Magic looking extremely comfortable in terms of them going through the gears here, shifting through the motions and processes. Got a good bit of control in towards middle here again. And still with this 1-3-1. This is the... on the T side default, this 1-3-1. You've just got all the options on the table available for you.
Yeah, it's just always feeling like they're playing catch-up the entire game so far, Gentlemates. Every single piece on Magic working to perfection. They're going to try and force their way up into the V-bomb site. And maybe on the side of the map, there is a chance for Gentlemates here. Alex from bench. Well, of course, Mopo's close range as well, but Salsal on the MP9. Oh, it's not even a bad angle on bench, but Moon destroys it. But there's Salsal. 2 with the MP9 is stunning, but Moon hits a really nice flick. That's a big flick as well, because even though it wouldn't have mattered, because Masvel gets a kill on Crucial anyway, Moon did have bomb onto the site in time. Either way, looks like it wouldn't have mattered. It's all academic, as they say, and Magic will hit 5.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows you how comfortable they are, that they're able to wind the clock down low and take their time to make decisions. There's always clear and defined game plans here for Magic on this T side as well, and they've had a brilliant start here to this all-important series. Out the gates here for Magic. Gentlemates, well, unanswered for the moment. Tactical pause called here by the CT side to see if they can come up with some sort of a response. But everybody died in that previous round, so it's probably just going to have to be a light investment show, which means Magic are primed for 6 already.
I think it is fair to say that, considering the situation Gentlemates are in, firstly, as a team, they're doing okay. They're doing acceptably, considering they've not got Martinez anymore. And so is Crucial. He's doing acceptably. But it's not something that's going to last, I think. And not being able to... Magic recently is a very good example of just their position in the scene at the moment. And look, we're nowhere near the map end yet. They could easily make a 7-5 or 8-4 half out of this, and it could be okay. But yeah, it's tough to watch for some legends of this tier of Counter-Strike, really. I don't think you can really argue the fact that for when they've made like playoffs of Cologne and made majors and beat some huge teams in the world, sometimes world number ones like Vitality back at the Pro League a few years ago. Its core is a little bit of a legendary core with the Spaniards in tow. But yeah, they're getting pretty outmaneuvered at the moment and could be outmaneuvered in terms of a lot of quality.
Yeah, I guess it's almost like there's an element of expectation that would be the natural progression kind of thing, unfortunately. Let's see, they have mustered together some rifles to work with. Very light on utility. How sharp 10s he is, man. There's only 24 seconds left. Where's this round going to end? It seems like it's going to end over towards that B-bomb. So 3 players coming through from apartments. That Molly is to clear out the corner. Alex is here, unspotted. Going to come in with the kill. Good trade, 13 seconds. You're Crucial behind Empty Pillar. You've got WG and Market. And you'd imagine between the two of them, he should be able to deny his bomb on Crucial around the corner. He's gotten the kill, but...
And that's a difference maker, isn't it? Look where Fade 8 was always coming through from. Insane. Everything's going the way of Magic at the moment. And that's the thing with it. Mopos will try and save. That red would be nice. There's an AK that can be nabbed, and he might be able to, yeah, he's going to be able to get away, no problem. So that's good for Mopos. But yeah, the thing is as well, is that I feel like they've reached a point where maybe when they were coming through, they had to rely on individuals a lot, like the Tenzi and Masval carry to really break through on certain occasions. That they've got. Of course, we used to be big enjoyers of Bullet when he was coaching this team, but he stepped down and they've got Exiver in tow now. He's not exactly, actually very young for a coach, he's Exiver, only 25 years of age. He previously played for a couple of teams back in 2022, but it's always kind of been a coach ever since then. And an air of confidence where they just don't need an individual to truly go hard carry mode. I know we spoke about that ridiculous Moon performance the other day against Gentlemates and how he carried map 1, but maps like this happen a lot for Magic at the moment, where just Tenzi and Asval, I got like 7-1, 5-2, pretty normal. Sveda, even the captain, going 6-3. Everything's for better, and it happens a lot like that.
Yeah, this isn't an anomaly anymore. This has become like standard procedure, almost level of expectation. This team is super well drilled, but I'd bet my top dollar that in the past like 6 months, all 5 of these players have had like 100 hours in the past 2 weeks. I really believe that this Magic team are just sleeping, breathing, and living Counter-Strike at the moment, although proving to be human there. Tenzi missing an opportunity, probably should have gotten that kill down Crucial. This is by far and away the best opportunity that Gentlemates have had to get themselves around on the board, albeit on the half buy. They've got themselves a 5v3. AV's been brought down to half health now. Bomb to be recovered top mid, but they're running out of time. Another frag found, and Mopos will even double down. Only Masval left remaining. This one's impossible for him, so Gentlemates finally going to move the needle here on Mirage.
Masval always been very fast and flicky with whatever gun he has. That's 2 with the AK on the headshot. Sees the third, takes Salsol. His crosshair placement was perfect, by the way.
Yeah.
Damn. Very, very close to a 4th, and then he would have had a bit of time to play out the 1v1 in even, so that could have gone awry very quickly. Either way, Gentlemates do get their first round on the board, and let's see if they can just build a little something here.
And to get a little bit close for comfort, and with a great movement, 80k mouse there, super precise. Giveaway being run for the duration of the qualifier. Banner below the kick channel will tell you what you need to know. All right, Gentlemates, can they use that opening round win to start to build themselves into this half here? Oh, Sfade's ahead of the incendiary.
Give us something to shout about. Flashing toward Connector. Sfade will get caught by Crucial, and a combination of Crucial on Alex, to be fair. Alex will look to push further forward. Maybe a little bit ill-advised on that one when he was low HP. And also, with Mopos getting caught by Tenzi, that makes that decision a little bit worse, unfortunately. AW will in Connector by Crucial's grenade, but then Tenzi again is in the right place at the right time. How good is Tenzi? 3v2.
10 out of 10.
And even though Salsol is hunting with that secondary AWP, he's a bit far away from the play. It's going to have to be Davy G.
Yeah, you're right. He's going to have to try and buy. Do they hard clear the corner is the question. Answer is no. And WG actually does kind of step out a little bit there. And this is now where that big flank comes into effect. Salsol could catch Moon completely off guard. That would leave Tenzi in a really awkward position. There we go. Salsol will pull the trigger. Tenzi actually bypasses Salsol, and then it's the wall bang to find the frag on WG as well. It was initially WG who was wall banging Tenzi. And says enough of that if you don't mind.
Oh, it's so easy for Tenzi. He makes it look like it's nothing. Beautifully done. And Tenzi, for me, it's another one of those players, as we were talking about earlier with Mizu, for example. Just one of those guys on Magic who you just feel like it's almost a dead cert. Like a Paravision type team. Maybe even, you know, a VP if some of their youngsters don't work out. They're going to go to a big organization at some point, and he's really going to make his mark in the scene.
Anyone but VP, Trav.
Okay, bro, listen. I meant if they get better
I know
with their
what you meant.
which they are,
I know.
and then they get picked up. But
sending anybody to. Yeah, they've got like a whole roster of people on the bench at the moment. Thank God Flammus managed to escape. Flammus like tunneled his way out with the spoon that he gets used to have his dinner in jail each night. He's like, he was just slowly getting his way out of that prison. Either way, I get exactly what you're saying, and I agree with you completely that both Masval and Tenzi primed for punching up into a tier 1 team one day. But I think what's really cool is that they're not wasting away in this Magic team. That Magic are absolutely top 20, competing at, you know, top tier events and consistently looking really good. And look at the change up in pace. I thought they might look to go the entire way through, but just a little bit of pressure being applied in apartments for now.
Yeah. Run at Austin Major and then got a little bit worse afterwards. That maybe the choice they'd make could be going in the direction of Masval. The Amiga have always been known for housing some of the best Belarusian players ever. And yeah, I think unfortunately for Namiga's sake, that was never an option for them because Masval has stayed with Magic. Really. So yeah, it's good decisions all around for now for this Magic team, and their synergy is still looking fantastic. Tenzi's big individual moment keeps Magic at, well, I'm going to say arm's length, but arm and legs length maybe from...
And a pole maybe too.
Yeah, add in a couple of fingers in there too maybe. Find Spade 8, which is a good start for them, and with 35 seconds left, Bomb is walking back B.
And Gentlemates are pretty well poised to deal with this, right? AW is way ahead of his teammate. Salsa's going to get that kill, 4-3. You got Crucial with the AWP on the angle here as well. You've got rotations coming through. You've got a flank in the mix. This is impossible for Gentlemates to lose. In fact, Magic will probably best 15 seconds on the clock. Tenzi will get the kill on WG. Problem is, this flank from Alex has been given all the time in the world to activate because Magic were waiting for Tenzi to have made his way up catwalk. So, yeah, Gentlemates will get the job done. Just got to limit the damage. I mean, Tenzi is going to get swung after time here, but he's managed to actually hold his own. Eventually, he will get uprooted by up their round count.
Yeah, after time for Tenzi, not a massive issue. They were kind of eco anyway. Only Moon had money, so it hasn't really split up the funds in any way at all. When I say eco, the Force is available to them, and they've got the AWP on Moon, because as I said, he was on 5250. You can get the AWP with a glass cannon, and an AK on AW in the world, but they're choosing to even up that money and go for a purchase straight off the back of that. I mentioned that Gentlemates could get their way back to a decent half-time scoreline. If they win this round, 7-3 becomes 7-4. There's an opportunity here, right now.
True. There is a way back into this game, that's for sure. And like you said, off of them winning round 10. Not off to an ideal start, but still certainly salvageable. Incendiary to force AW out, but he has got a smoke grenade primed. And he takes a single tick there before he drops it. And Gentlemate's going to try and force the fight. Now, Moon is the one who's going to fall, and this aggression was actually designed to try and get the kill on AW. They'll actually find that frag as well. Great to see the confidence on display here from Mopog right now. Might be in trouble with the aggression out of lowers. There's still more where that came from. Tenzi's gotten 2. Tech9 into the Gillo. Can he find a third? Absolutely. Instantaneous on the time to kill.
Ridiculous. What a half from Tenzi. We were talking about Moon's record in his career. Last time Magic played against Gentlemates. Masval, is he going to catch Alpha on the back too? Oh, he is. My word. 12 and 14 HP. Incredible. Incredible timing for Masval. And yeah, Gentlemates will be feeling hard done by. They've had Moon drop a worldie, and now they're having Tenzi drop another one.
I mean, you're not wrong with this type of a performance that we're getting out of him right now. And that's the problem with Magic, or at least playing against them. Not Magic's problem. The problem for the teams who have got to match up against them in the servers. If it's not Tenzi, could be Masval. If it's not Masval, look at the game we had from Moon the other day. AW and Spade 8, no slouches either. So, shut down one player on the team, and then you'll have a much easier time of it. They're very well-rounded in that regard, our Magic. I miss Bullet though, Trav. He was a hell of a character. Great personality.
Great interview.
Yeah, great couple of interviews. He was always so excited when he came back and he saw us. Skyscraper, like the Burj Khalifa there on the skyline, man.
5.67.
Those stake odds heavily favoring Magic as well. 1.02. Stake have just written Gentlemates off from here. Do you agree with that?
I think it more of an, I'd say 9. I would maybe go for hard in control here. That being able to knock them off that perch is going to be impossible. If it's not the teamwork getting Magic rounds, it's the individuals, and when that combination comes through, impossible.
All right, well, Gentlemates have decided to spend all their money. Though MP9 for Crucial, actually good enough there to come on top of that duel with Fade 8, and then Alex will find the timing on Tenzi as well. Gentlemates have not shied away from battling for middle control throughout this half so far, and it looks like it's going to work out for them again.
Yeah, that's a bit more like it. WG will also hear presence. They can now hear. Can't afford to give anything for free. They do try and play it aggressively though, and they've got this much manpower here, and for that reason I don't blame them. As well, again gets one, almost a lineup on that second and third. That would have been something. But WG will confirm it. Can they find 4? They've got a great chance at it because look at that magic money.
Yeah, but like from the store down the road, the charity store, one of them's missing a handle, other one's missing a lid. One of them was like burnt when they were cooking rice and they left it on the boil for too long, so it's a little bit charred at the bottom. It's not great. It's not great. Can get the job done, not ideal.
Here comes the push. A quickie toward B to end this half. Southall find Tenty. Repositioning is good. And penalty spray on AW. Eventually run down by Masvel, but he did big damage to him already. Only an AK level for Moon as that's swapped over to him on the highest available health nearby anyway. To be able to get this AK in play. You can see that right now Svedate is miles away. So it's pretty much a 2v4 on the bomb site itself. Svedate's not in position to help at all. Moon will go down. Masval's all alone on 18 HP. Was instantaneously. They don't know where Svedate is, but there's a kit for that defuse, and he's just playing this one a little bit too long on that big flank. No chance for him to really get into play. So end of half will come through. Gentlemates do stay in somewhat contention at 4-8, but again, Magic looking like they're in control against the mates. A much quicker half-time break here. Usually we have about a minute or so. This one is straight into the action for Magic and Gentlemates. They don't want to hang about. We love them for that. We're into the second half. Magic on that CT side. You'd imagine they're very heavily favoured to get this one done from here. And of course, there's stakeholders that we need with us. Let's see if Gentlemates can get off to a good start at least and make this one a contest.
I mean, it's a tall order for them to make the comeback happen from the T side, but it's definitely not impossible. We've seen some crazier things happen in the qualifier before. I'm hearing ticks in chat. I'm seeing players backing off. So, we might actually have a not live call after all.
I love the Magic bootcamp office. Nice big door, let the light in, but not directly on the PC screens. We've got extra PCs behind for the coach and all the other staff.
Guys have been boot camping for ages though. That's why I said earlier, I would bet that for the past like 6 months, these guys have all got, if not in excess of 100 hours in the past 2 weeks across the board.
Yeah.
But for like the past 6 months, for a very long time. I think they've just been grinding Counter-Strike an insane amount. And that's one of the main reasons as to why they've rocketed at the higher level of the game after having just reached that point. I mean, let's think about some of the teams that they've usurped or surpassed, right? Like teams that we thought were on the same sort of trajectory as Magic that haven't really been able to reach the same sort of highs. You think of a team like Alliance, Mega for a squad that you had mentioned earlier on today, K27, Nuclear Tigers, all just teams that kind of come to mind that I thought were trending in the direction of becoming a top 20 team. And I would have picked them all above Magic 6 months ago to have reached that level.
Yeah, that's very fair. And example, because we had always compared Magic, K27, and Nuclear Tigers. They were all very easy teams to compare because of the because of their sort of region they're from and their progress they've been making and how good they look and how explosive and entertaining they play. So, yeah, Magic are the ones, that's for sure, that have made that main even to have made that main breakthrough, but now they are a lot better. Moon knows what's up. He knows now it's not a main B play, and they properly get underway with the second half pistol. He'll get spooked back away to middle.
I mean, good decision actually to have departed that and not continue to commit unnecessarily, but he is going to make a play elsewhere. 2 players coming through and towards top middle here. Is he going to get out? Retreating in this round so far, but it is smart, but he's not going to be able to get all the way back to Catwalk Castle around the corner and tear Moon's head right off. Now, with that, looks like Gentlemates are probably going to try and take advantage of that space, or at least fake as though they're going to split in towards the speed bomb side. In the meantime, bombs in Palace. Timing, yeah, really well done there from him to have actually found 2 kills back and brought it into an even numbers game. Big jewel brewing here in CT spawn though.
Yeah, Crucial's got to find one, but there's a flash available on Spade. Even with that molly up, I'm going to use the flash maybe a little bit prematurely because they couldn't really take a fight with the molly up. I feel like they could have waited for that one maybe. Spade has to. It's very squishy. Crucial's already doing big damage, but there's Masvel in to help. And then when Masvel's available, Spade will find Davy G. It's all down to Alex from Palace. You now know he's there. He needs to fight in some way, shape, or form. He doesn't know if there's a kit in play or not. He's trying to deny that plant, but he just can't. And look how close it was. If he killed Spade 8, I reckon that's his round.
Round over. Oh. My mind for a second, and he comes exceptionally close, right, bringing Spade 8 down to just 11 points of health, but wasn't able to finish it off. Magic win an all-important second half pistol round to put them just 4 rounds away from winning the opening map.
If there was a kit in play, there was always a conversation. Alex got that kill, but the fact he didn't, the fact he, even if he had, with that position, he would have won the round. So, pretty crazy. Thin margins. Salsal is playing anti-flashing ramp, and poor P9 when he's not ready for it, which is a bit of a shame.
He's got 2 teammates there that he's thinking he's being covered by, and if there's a flash, then it's his turn to take responsibility to cover the push, but neither of them were looking in that direction. Salsal's going to be thinking, you've done me a bit of a disservice there, fellas. Anyway, at least they will be able to get the trade. Yeah, exactly. Didn't even... If you're going to sell me down the river, at least get, like, something cool. Not just one trade.
I would never sell you down the river.
I don't know about that, Trav.
What do you mean?
I think if there was like some for a day at Silverstone where you get to go like on the track, meet Lewis.
Maybe. Anyway, they are taking the box here nicely. They need to make a big play happen here, though. Here's a double kill, looking for 3. Oh, it's so good from AW. The biding of his time to allow that to happen. He's going to jump on that defuse. Doesn't even have the defuse kit, but look where Davy G is. He got that kill, and they know he is miles away and can't deny it. All by himself on triple box, makes it happen and gets Magic to 10 when it should have never have been double digits for Magic that soon.
Yeah, that was an incredible effort out of AW there. The fact that he gets all 3 of those kills all by himself. He's got nobody to support him or play off of. Fantastic job. Playing like a man who wants to experience playing on these Lorgar computers at the main event. So, brilliant stuff. He's now had a couple big multi-kills. You think about the pistol round, and I'm just talking about the second half alone. That pistol round with the USP, 2 kills in ladder room. And then in that round is there playing from behind triple with the M4 where he gets 3. Gentlemate's going to persist with their investments. That makes sense. Extra counts of round loss bonus and the bomb plants as well. Means they've got 5 rifles, but pretty limited in terms of utility.
The escalation of fights there from AW as well was really nice. Taking the Palace player first, for me, is the main one. The balcony player first, I guess you could call it, because he was out Palace by that point, but still, yeah, just really, really good decision making. And we remember how talking about selling players up the river. Al sold up the river. AW1. Big weak link on that team when they made their first run of the major. And then, of course, he got moved on, and people thought, well, where's he going to appear again, AW, after that poor performance at that level? Well, now he's in a bit more favourable roles for him. Teammates around him supporting him a bit better. Better environment, maybe. Maybe he wasn't a Dastan enjoyer, who knows?
And Spirit, I think, is like a very similar kind of arc and trajectory, where Zwei went from Spirit to Parivision. Same thing for AW from Parivision to Magic. Anyway, 5v3, good couple of kills being found here so far for Magic. Tenzi has his wits about him. So easy on Mopos. Spade8's even got enough time just to shoot pot plants at this point. Okay, mate. Well, I guess nearly as much as the Gentlemates players are. They're going to try and save their guns. But you've already got AW making his way through lowers. You've already got Spade heading in towards TV room. I'm sure Masval would love to get in on the action as well. So I don't know if we'll see both these players keeping their weaponry in play. Oh, they've been spotted. AW is now running them down. Wallbang. Finishable. I think they've both got it, you know? Yes, with that kill on Masval, they'll both survive. But it's just such a small consolation prize in the grand scheme of the map.
It's a small consolation prize, but it does make a big difference. I mean, Crucial would have been on $150 with no gun and no armor, and Sal saw $450. True,
it would have been straight up game over if they both died there. That's true.
Yeah, 100%. The same as well. This is full control for Magic. Of course, you can use code STAR35 on stake. Deposit $20 and get a bonus of 5 for the next week. Of course, we'll be going into the South American qualifier and North American qualifier after the EU qualifier has completed in the next couple of days. So
it was the NRG qualifier and the South American qualifier to come.
Okay, yeah. I mean, not too right.
Oh boy, another investment coming through from Gentlemates. They try and just walk in towards this A bomb site, and it didn't go super well initially, and I don't think it's going to end all too well. Frag, he's up to 15 kills. He's having a hell of a map right now. Himself, Masval, and Tenzi just going above and beyond. Moon's been able to take a bit of a back seat here compared to his last game out against Gentlemates. Trav here on Mirage.
Yeah, it's been a bit more of the Tenzi show, hasn't it? First half, and Tenzi, what was he? 17-5 or something? I think it was around that number.
What, for Moon on this map last time? For 17-5?
Or? Tenzi in the first half, I said.
Oh, yeah, somewhere there or thereabouts. I mean, Moon got, was it 25 kills for 6, I think, last time?
Yeah.
And now 8 of Mirage, and matched their efforts last time out against Gentlemates. It was a 13-4 victory there. Can you emulate that here once again? Gentlemates had 4 rounds coming into the half, and that very well may be what they end with. However, quick 1-2 between Daviji and Salsal gets them a man advantage.
Yeah, a little bit much there from Moon. I think into the map. Like, bro, I want my moment. I want my opportunity to do something. And by the way, just from looking at his KD, I've remembered he was 5-1 at one point. So he just had nothing to do.
Okay.
For a very, very long time.
1-9 since then?
Yeah.
Interesting. Damn. He's really costing them. Icy.
Icy's busy playing with Team Kazakhstan for the Esports Nations Cup.
Yeah, I mean, at least he's playing, I guess. But not really a great sign if you're playing in that Esports Nations Cup, because it means that you don't really have much going on in terms of your professional career in an organization, right?
Yeah.
In November, which is in the thick of the tail end of the second season, the second half of the season.
Can we check that qualifier quickly? See what team he's playing on, because I did look at it. Okay, there's a couple of players we know quite well. Demente and Forkiz from Rune Eaters, Defizer and Botpa from Mega, and Icy. So there you go.
Interesting. Gentlemates have at least one round on their T side here of Mirage. What more can they do? it just seems like Magic they've abandoned their systems and protocols, and they're just trying to brute force their way to the finish line. And they've got to make sure they maintain some sort of semblance of respect here for Gentlemates.
Oh, Alex above that smoke could maybe see Masval. It's very tight. You're very often just not sure what can be seen above that smoke. Look at Svede. He sees the arm of Alex and then manages to walk back in towards short. He's not going to be aware of Crucial and Salsal. Crucial, sorry, being so close, and that's why Svede does shift back into it like that.
Wallbang.
So again, Crucial gets the kill back. The wallbang not going to happen, unfortunately, not yet anyway. To do on the B-bomb site, because he's at the moment on an island, and maybe in this other system all by himself at the moment, because Salsal, I think, has got him dead to rights here. I think he's seen his arse sticking out, unfortunately. Moon's not ready for that. He'll jump down and remove him. And Tenzi and Masval have got a long trek to get close, a bit close to B. Masval's already here, but Salsal is already close. Winnable, which he will go for. Especially the information on the bench player, but Crucial is set up on the line if he goes anywhere near to that right side pillar, and Salsal deletes him. So here we go. Could be a few rounds in a row here for Gentlemates.
Yeah, building themselves into the game and showing that they have what it takes to be competitive at a minimum. Still obviously a long, long way back. They're not just rolling over up until the end of the map. It's going to be 12-6, so it is 12-6 now, with an anti-eco to follow. So 12-7, pretty likely. Like you say, well played from Salsal to have been able to identify Moon's position. And then once he does give up the audio cue and the drop down, he's just immediately committed to the fight there. So no time for Moon to respond to that stimulation, to that audio cue. Pretty sure it's the first eco for Magic here on the map. So some unfamiliar territory for them. And unfortunately, only one player over towards the B-bomb side.
Too many trav laws for my taste, Matt. Another one where a team hits 12 and can't finish it off straight away. Was it only Echo who were able to do it in this tournament so far? I think it was.
Did Nuclear Tigers do it against 100 Thieves on Inferno where they won 13-7? I think they might have. The decider?
Maybe, yeah. Maybe that's one. It rings a bell. Still, it happens more than it doesn't, put it that way.
Yeah, oh, definitely. That's for sure. Completely agree with you. There's definitely a psychological aspect that transpires as much as it does. Trying to go back and see here if I'm correct. Yeah, I'm right on the Nuclear Tigers one, from 12-7 into a 13-7 win.
There you go. AW can't defuse this.
I just want to see if he had a kit. Oh, no, I still wouldn't have made it. At the bar at the top of the screen to see if he had a kit, if he would have been able to get the defuse in time.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, good point. He only had a Zeus, mate. Maybe if he Zeus the bomb, it could have, like, malfunctioned it and stopped it from blowing up.
Thank God you're not a dev, that's all I'll say.
Well, that would give a use to the Zeus, wouldn't it? Fine.
Not a very, not a great one, I don't think. Anyway,
no.
we'll go 12-7.
Do you know my other one, which I've mentioned in the past, like for something useless in the game that could be made useful? Make the decoy make footstep sounds like it did in Danger Zone rather than gun sounds.
That's way too strong, I think.
Okay.
I don't know. I think it would have to cost more than $50 then.
I think that's nade damage is crazy. The thing is, I think my opinion on how to make that work is it's obvious, a little bit more obvious that it's not a player, because it's like louder and a bit more weird timings on it. You just you know it's someone
if you pay attention,
not just
you could tell.
around. Exactly. You know, it's someone not just stomping.
I'm just thinking if you threw like 5 of them into apartments from spawn, and the B anchor is like, oh, the entire team's coming B, and then it's actually no one there, and you go, hey. Like, that would be a nightmare in matchmaking, Trav. Just think about how that would wreck your experience because your teammates who can't differentiate between the two. Anyway, we should be focusing on the round because it's 12-7. There's only, it's over. 7, Gentlemates, they drop the ball on map 1.
Unfortunately, there wasn't really much to say about that final round of the game, if truth is known, right? That was just a very easy pick-off 1-by-1 for Magic. Gentlemates tried to get a bit of progress in mid, lost the open.
cut to the chase. Everyone give me some space. Don't fall out, we fall into place. Every step walking with grace, amen. Keeping my foot off the brakes. Impact, I'm ready to brace. We fall down and land on our face. Just to get up. Baby, I'm trying to get paid. Legends don't die in a grave. They live through the story they made. Okay.
Saw in a lot of moments on Mirage was like the difference in some of those rounds. And you know, you had those moments from AW, Tenzi, Masvel, even Spade 8 as well. Obviously quite a quiet game there from Moon, but that's fine. And it's not like Cash is an unknown quantity here. Obviously it's not like Magic have picked Cash in any of the games that they've played since the map has come back into the pool, but it is a map that's been picked into them. They beat Gentlemates and they've beaten 3D Max as well, so both good results to have some promise and belief in their ability.
That is a banger Hello Kitty shirt. That's all I'm saying. That goes crazy. But yeah, I agree, and I think that is the main problem for Gentlemates. It's like they'll know and be very frustrated how close they've come before. We mentioned it at the beginning of the series. 1916, 22-19 back a couple of months ago in the stake ranked episode 2 closed qualifier. Both those ones when it's going that deep into overtimes could easily go either way. The overtime on LAN at PGL Astana in the 2-2 match, which would have got either one of those teams to playoffs. Big game for Magic with Moon playing his home event. Their real breakthrough event. They managed to get through. And of course, last time they played, only a couple of days ago, in this very qualifier, Cash went 19-17. So it's always been a case of so near but yet so far for this Gentlemates team against them. Sure, we've got to go back even further. They played Magic back in February and they won 2-0, 13-6, 13-6 with a LAN in Istanbul. But we can't really count that one anymore when all these results have come since.
Yeah, we get to see some of the results here out of these two teams now. Gentlemaids have played 3D Max twice. They lost one. They won the other time. It was obviously in their respective group when they played against 3D Max. And it was very impressive that they were able to get the win over 3D Max. I think it's got to be regarded as a pretty big failure for 3D Max to not even reach the play-ins. It does feel like they're on a bit of a downward trend at the moment, trying to figure out their roster and what it's going to look like moving forward. Like bringing Kersey into the mix, right? And then moving him from an AWPer to a rifler. That they did have to play a couple games with a stand-in as well. I think Exorcies had to come back in because Lucky couldn't play in a map or two. So it's not like they weren't without their issues, but still, I feel like it does have to be regarded as a failure that they didn't make it through their group.
Yeah, I'd agree with that at the end of the day. And of course, there are stake odds for this one as well. Magic 1.15, Gentlemates 4.8. Totally understandable knowing that Gentlemates are playing. Significant catch-up here. Seems like Tenzi has got this little like cloth that he uses for his hands. I wonder if he's got some of like the Xantares syndrome where his hands get really sweaty when he is playing professional matches. Remember Xantares? I don't know if it's true. Did he have to have like an operation to get Botox in his hands or something to stop the ridiculous amounts of sweat that he was producing when he was playing? I think that might have been the story back then, if I remember correctly.
I don't think at least I don't remember having heard that before in the past, but I don't doubt it. Like, it does sound plausible to a degree. It's just one of those things. Some players tend to sweat more than others. I saw a crazy mouse that actually had a fan built into it recently to cool your hand down that holds the mouse, which I think is quite an interesting. It started with like you get porous mice, right? They'd get those holes in them. There's a phobia, right, of people who are scared of like lots of little small holes.
Tryptophobia, is it? Is it?
I think that actually is what it is. Yeah, something along those lines. So scare a person with tryptophobia with one of those mice today, basically. But still, a good old cloth, good old-fashioned cloth does it just fine.
Yeah, it's trypophobia. I added an extra T.
There we go. Yeah, it was close enough, though.
Yeah, close enough. If you want to eat crumpets, you might be in a bit of a state if you have trypophobia, I think, maybe.
Just get an ATK mouse, guys. That'll sort you. That'll get you
an
right
ATK
as rain.
mouse. None of these other brands that just have holes that get dirty with dried sweat in them all day. You know, like get yourself a proper mouse like an ATK mouse. Anyway, hopefully we'll get underway in map 2 very soon. This is our final BO3 of the tournament, Matt, which kind of crazy. We've enjoyed this one a hell of a lot. Production's been really smooth, really fun. Lots of great graphics as well for us to talk over during these games, and it's been 5 days of great action. And we'll leave the A stream over to Lucy and Brandon for tomorrow for the main 2 semi-finals to qualify a team to the main event. But still, it's been very fun. I'm looking forward to see how it goes on Cash now. Another sighting of Cash for us coming in here. And then we go into the pistol. Moon is already trying to fight from Z Connector. Perfect crosser placement, a little headshot angle where Mopod was presiding, but the bait goes a little bit too long. Maybe Moon should have realised he could be encroached upon there by Salsal. AW's Doolies doesn't get anything done, and actually with the last bullet in the magazine there for the Salsal P250, able to find the kill. Masval will find one of his own, but again, Alex responds well. 3v2 in place, and Spade with his attempt to try and peek from heaven to grab the player on the cross. It doesn't work out. Salsal with 3 kills, almost 4, That gives Tenzi a sniff in this 1v2. Player CT, player site. Not sure he'll be very aware of the fact that Alex has gone all the way through into CT, and Crucial's got a very tight line on the first boxes as
Great
well.
crossfire.
And it's impossible to get by.
Yeah, well set up there between Crucial and Alex to guarantee that they'd be able to finish off the job that Sarsel had started. Everything going according to plan there for Gentlemates from the start right up until the end of the pistol round. Just winning their important duels. Made sure the opening kill went the way of Magic, but that was really about it as far as their own respective successes. First time they've now had a lead here in the series. Gentlemates got to get it done on cash to keep themselves in the contest.
AW.
Force by back here for Magic.
Yeah, look at the stack they've got in mid. We've got the MP9. Spade is crossing to Sandbags to try and bait in Tenzi. The idea of him crossing there as the captain is saying, look, just don't look at Tenzi, guys. Just don't look at Tenzi. Alex is giving it a glance, but he hasn't seen him yet. And then as soon as they look away, it could be some rough timing. Oh, Tenzi hasn't completed the first kill, though. Good headshot from Davi G, and that should allow them to work their way up highway.
Yeah, that's the kill there that should secure the round. Like, that was the only kind of X factor that Magic had going for them, that element of surprise, and it's been snuffed out. Maybe I'm gotten ahead of myself, though. MP9's providing some fantastic resistance into the 2v2. Moon will swing out at the moment. Alex is trapped, and he's desperate for Crucial to try and get in on the action, and he will. That's going to alleviate a whole lot of pressure with that frag found on Moon. It's only AW left. Alex has very smartly been able to reposition himself as well. Trying to take the long-range duel against the MP9 will work the trick for Gentlemates to stave off the force buy.
For the first time, they have some control in a game, in a map, I should say, at some point during a map, and they will be going up 3-0 off the back of that anti-force success. The Log RPC is ready and waiting to be played on at the main event for Star Series 20. The anniversary season for Star Series 20 is a magnificent number. Crucial had a 16 HP already on the wallbang, which is kind of funny.
Gentlemates giving up the respect here in this round, knowing that they've got a far superior buy to work with, so don't need to take any unnecessary risks. Just whittle down the defense, find the kills, and then from there they can look to try and get into a bomb site. Might not even be necessary, might just be able to get all the kills here to get themselves a third on the board. Asphalt going to try and make a play through the smoke, but Sarsel's ready for it. That's going to be a clean 3-0 start here for Gentlemates, in particular keeping all 5 players alive here. Be a good way to settle their economy going into the rest of the half, or at least the early stages of it.
Mopos is stomping through. Pretty obvious for Tenzi. He's worried that he was going over and above, and that's a lovely kill from Tenzi. Galil retrieved, but no more than that, unfortunately. So, one and done. 3-0 confirmed. Now the buy coming in for Magic. Moon does have his AWP available, and it's going to have armor as well.
All right, well, first real opportunity then for Magic to get things going. Sure, you could say the pistol, but that's always a little bit random and volatile. This is where we see them now potentially coming back into their own AWP for Moon. Rifles outside of that. It was AW and Moon that are combined to undo Gentlemates last time. That was in double OT fashion, though. Let's see how close this one's going to be, if at all.
Very much a part of the early default on cash are these wallbangs through the mid windows. There are lineups for ones toward white box. There are lineups for the connector position. Always a danger.
Nice. I like the initiative being taken here. Magic showing that they're keen to make moves on the CT side. Gentlemates now going to have to group themselves up and set up for an exec into the A bomb site. They've got plenty of utility to work with, but Magic are very well poised to deal with that eventuality.
Flash over the top. Davy going to try and take middle. There's no testing still here, though. It's checked by Davy in a fashion while he's mid-falling.
Imagine you did damage if you like fell from high enough onto another player's head. Death by falling Davy. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, exactly. Salsal and Crucial going to get a couple of kills back, and Tenzi was spotted. Salsal's going to try and track and chase him, but it seems like Tenzi's got an inkling as to what's going on here. Brilliant moment coming through from the Star, shining bright in the opening gun round with a fantastic triple.
More great work from Tenzi in this series. Doesn't just start off that defense in the middle there, he ends it on the A-bomb side. Playing around that smoke on Forklift beautifully, and that's one of the main things that CTs can do to make it difficult for T-sides in those sort of moments. That Forklift and that cross smoke always gives opportunities. Good work from him. I think, I'm pretty sure in Danger Zone, Matt, when it used to be in Counter-Strike, in Global Offensive, they had all these like extra little features, like boost pads and, you know, axes and all these other things that can do damage. I'm pretty sure there's, I don't know if you remember Sponge, and I think it was Rushley, used to create like highlight clips all the time and put them on Twitter.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure there was a kill feed icon for like a boot, where if you did land on someone with enough force, you would kill them.
Okay.
So it was in the game. It did exist, would you
That's
believe?
very cool. I mean, listen, like, if you can take damage from a flash or a smoke colliding into you, I think somebody landing on your head from high enough should count as well. Danger zone obviously missed by many. Oh, lovely setup. AW in the vent will take first contact, take the heads. Fade 8 able to swing off the back of that, recognizing that if there were any further players in towards middle, their attention would be on the vent. So very nice done from him. And he'll get into the corner undetected. Salsal does really well of peeking, spotting the smoke coming through. Decides to just try and get a gander in towards middle before that smoke blooms. Now boost in middle. Mopos is going to inadvertently peek into 2.
Yeah, just gets met with both players staring at that position. Salsal now needs to make a play. He destroys Masval. There's a world, because then Crucial can herd the bomb over. Crucial has managed to avoid AW in middle as well. This is going to be still difficult to break their way in. Rotation isn't close. That's the point I'm trying to make. It's very doable here. Crucial's going to take the fight. Masval now sees what's up and will use his HE on a nice timing, but rolling into the open. Good angle for Salsal. And he's wasting time brilliantly here with Masval. He might go down for free. He's got AW. And Fade 8 into the action. Fade 8 will find Salsal in the end. They'll pounce on him. And Masval does nothing in terms of kills there, but the time wasting was perfect.
Yeah, I'm just liking the proactivity from from Magic right now. They're making moves. They're not just sitting by idly on the defense and allowing for Gentlemates to move around the map and then exec into a bomb site. There's constantly disruptions and plays being made here by Magic that's unraveling these rounds for Gentlemates before they can even try and come up with a game plan or execute upon one at least. And that's done well enough now to break the finances. So a 3-0 streak to open up the map for the Spaniards, plus the Dutchman. And then the 3-round streak, you would imagine, in response, about to come through for Magic.
Yeah, I think one of the players that I didn't expect to be casting much of in 2026 would be Crucial. But fair play to him. He's holding up his end of the bargain in terms of doing his job on this team. It's awkward for Moon. He's doing a good job, though. Oh, and he's found a third from that. Against the pistols, never easy with the AWPer. On a fast-moving angle as well near that toxic barrel, but he's going to hold on well. Only one kill with that Salsal Deeg, and Moon will in the end get 4 of them.
Yeah, very well done from him there. Like you say, looked a little bit awkward at one point, but able to come away with the kill eventually. No flash assist yet in the opening 6 rounds. Come on, boys, got to be better with our flashes. was a saucy shot there from Salsa to at least have gotten a kill for Gentlemates, but it's a little bit unfortunate that they didn't come away with the bomb plant, considering they got the kill on the only player that was on A initially. Moon does well enough to cause some chaos. Vital gun round here. This one for the lead.
It's one thing Crucial does sport that many other professional players don't sport, is that even now, for some of these Magic guys, they wouldn't have made a major playoffs, would they? That's what Crucial has that many other professionals can't boast about just yet in their career. So he's got history to him.
History could also be read at his story.
Fair enough. Just need another S.
I mean, we could just double up there. It's all good. One can count as two in my little magical world.
Little
magical
bit of
world either way.
There for Tenzi with the way he goes down and not being covered by his sandbags teammate, but end of the day, they still managed to wrestle back a 4v3. Alex will get the bomb planted on default. 3v4 in the afterplant, never easy on Cash. Look at Spade. He's already got such a big line. It's checked by Mopoz, but Mopoz does get caught by AW pushing through. And look at Masval. He's also pushing through. He's in that forklift position. Moon knows that Quad is very, very likely. That nade might not reach either of them, though. Yeah, only 4 damage on Alex. And Crucial does find AW in the end. Masval needs to round on Alex. He will, but very fast. High sense that we know Masval's got. Crucial is very stuck toward Quad. Great headshot, though. Moon's going to kill. He needs to hurry up on this one. He's going to get it. I think he just has time.
Yeah, very, very close. Oh my god, just in the nick of time, the defuse will be completed. Great retake out of Magic. That one was challenging. There was a lot going on there. Crucial does everything he can in the back of the bomb site. Holds his nerve, refuses to swing Masval. Notice how Masval was trying to bait him out to those swings, the way he just keeps stepping but doesn't ever commit. Crucial holds his nerve, but Moon will force the fight upon him. Frag found in time. Magic get the lead, but quite a lot of damage done in that round. I mean, not enough to completely shatter the economy of the CT side, but they are on the brink financially. If you don't want to have to be financially affected by buying a new mouse, if you need one, then get in on the giveaway. Maybe you get one for free.
There you go. Maybe Masval will need a new one purely to replace his mouse skates, because he still uses that little tick of his where he spins his mouse and remodel around very fast in T-Spawn before the round begins. In CT Spawn, I mean. It's always something he's had.
You're not wrong, would wear them out more for sure.
Dating back to Iron Branch, he's always been just spinning his mouse around for fun, it seems, in Spawn. Maybe just to reset his calibration on his mouse pad or whatever, who knows. Where his mouse is positioned, whatever. I would love to ask him about that one day. I think it's kind of funny, this little tick. Little thing like Stewie had, if you remember, with how he moved his crosshair up and down on the angle to reset his vision in a way. Oh, look at this.
Talk about resetting his vision. Everybody's blind. Tenzi felt like that was an eternity. Alex will find a trade. I thought he would have gone down there as well. He survives with 12 health. Bomb picked up. Nade on the money.
Wow.
Dunks down. Salsal now in the 1v2. Time's not the problem. He's going to be peeking from above here, but Moon's figured that out. Can he get the trade? Absolutely. These rounds have been extremely hotly contested, but Magic are on a streak of 5.
And this is one of those games, again, for Gentlemates, where they'll look back on it and say, is this going to be another one of these close maps, another one of these long overtimes against Magic, which we just can't close, where we look back on and we know we've had opportunities to easily is a strong word, but we've had 1v1s that are winnable, put it that way, and just not going their way. Magic just a little bit too good, as usual.
And that's basically just been the difference so far throughout the series, that Magic have just been too good. We've had too many individual moments from them. Now, Salsal's been able to creep through that B-main smoke. He's going to round on the vent player. He won't expect Masval here as well, but at least he's gotten a kill. Crucial in on the action as well. Masval going to hold down the line. I was going to say, how's he not been traded? He does eventually, but he's done a hell of a lot of damage onto Alex before he inevitably goes down. So does leave his team in, albeit a disadvantageous situation, but a recoverable one in the 2v3.
This is where Magic will be very active. They won't just lie down and let this one and just gamble one player each side. Look at Svadate go. He's already found Alex, and here's another opportunity for Tenzi to make something happen. Bob looking back toward him. There's the information, but now he's known about. So with only 40 HP, it's going to be very hard for him to hold on. Can he waste enough time to get Spadate in to help? Yes, he can. Mopos will go down. Now, Crucial needs a clutch. Bomb plot can come through. It can come through safely as well. He's gambling that Spadate won't push through that smoke, but he's going to stick himself on that high ground right now. Waiting for Crucial to go looking for it, but fair play to Crucial. He knows that E-Box is a factor. He looks for it, and he peeks for it. Takes it, and their mate have got themselves up to 5-4.
Yeah, very good work coming through from Crucial there to be able to hold his nerve and get the round across the line for his team. And like you say, even with his awareness and knowledge of angles, checks above the smoke there on the little ledge, and will come away with the kill to finish off the job. 1v2 clutch for Crucial. Will break the streak of 5 there. Was looking kind of dangerous. Magic gaining that momentum. We saw how dangerous they were with that momentum on Mirage, but then cut down here, and with all the kills that came through in the rounds that Gentlemates were losing meant that Magic actually haven't accrued enough money for a full buy despite that 5-round streak. So it's into force buy territory. Now, sure, there's an open M4, but outside of that, doesn't look great.
Yeah, they can win rounds with anything, though. I was a little bit surprised Tenzi went a little bit of a jiggle peek for information when he was on the A-bomb site there. I mean, I said they like to be active and go searching, but I would have loved to have known what would have happened if he hid. But anyway, that's for an alternate universe, and Gentlemates are once again out on the A-bomb site here. Tenzi's peeking forward, damaging corner of the smoke. AK available, but the flash is good from Crucial. Removes Tenzi's ability to see anything, but Spadate again is being a nuisance. He's checking for Salsor. Bomb planter Crucial can't hit the shot, and Spadate saves his life by walking back into main. Does go straight back out though. And didn't need to activate that quickly. You are right. Just chucked his incendiary into main, then just kind of gave up with the reface with the USP, it felt like. Molly available for Maswell. Only an MP7, though. Still gets help from AW. Now, Alex stuck indoor. AW with the up will peek it properly. And again, Magic have found one of these close after plants.
I mean, this is the thing, is just because they're stacked to the brim with extremely talented individuals from top to bottom, from IGL to AWP to support to end, everybody in all their respective roles can all put their hands up in these moments. That's why Magic aren't a team where if you get a kill on like 1 or 2 key players, then your job becomes a whole lot easier. It's Fade 8 here. He's at the top of the scoreboard on the server so far in the second map. We've gotten this moment here from AW where he's picked up the AWP and he's been able to finish off the job. Quick fire on the trigger. That's in slightly slow motion and it still looks pretty quick. So very good for Magic to be able to win that. Like force buy basically didn't look great in terms of the weapons coming into it, but they still managed to get the points on the board and keep distance between themselves and Gentlemates most importantly. Timeout called here by the T side. 2 rounds left to be played in the half. Gentlemates would be very frustrated if this ends 8-4, considering they opened up with the 3-0 start.
Indeed. Map winner prediction 1.5 to 2.4, I think it was there.
Missed that myself. Either way, you can get in on this market on all the others. If you head over to Stake, deposit $20, and use the code STAR35, you get $5 a day for the next 7 days. Now, Gentlemates have boosted up 3 players onto the roof here. A killer piece to open up, but it's also taking quite a lot of damage.
It's being very bold with the angle he's holding, maybe not knowing there's multiple players up there. A bit of a different choice by Gentlemates, but the angle, I was going to say, will be given a chance at the kill. Now, AW needs to fight his way out from sandbags. Gets himself one. Will he be allowed to get back toward white box? He will not.
Get out of there, bro.
Great job from Crucial to collect him, to be fair.
True, fantastic headshot, but we've seen it a couple times now from a few of the Magic players not taking full advantage of the opportunities presented to them to get out of dodge. Crucial would have been hurt on the drop down there. Moon connects on the shot necessary. 2 players going to be coming through the squeaky door, and Moon, you would imagine, would have heard the door being opened up. He does now respond by peering in that direction. Maswell's going to have to make his way up Speedway, and he also has an AWP to work with. This could be a bit of a hindrance on the retake here for the CT side.
Oh, shadow scene for Masval, but I'm not sure he's going to be lucky to get Alex over-peaking on that angle. But there we go, it happens. And with Salsal 16 HP, he's in the open, and it's a double orb retake that works out. Now look, some people are not enjoying Cash that much in its reintroduction into the pool, but one thing it does give, and it will always give with this version and all the old versions that have been in the professional map pool dating back 7 years and prior, is it's very, very retakeable. And that keeps rounds very interesting. We've seen a hell of a lot of that on the A-bomb site in particular on this first half.
Yeah, you're so right, Bestie. Great work coming through here from these AWPs on the retake. A lot of patience on display in that retake as well, Trav. And you could tell Gentlemate started to get uncomfortable, right? Salsal and... Was it Alex or David? I don't know. It doesn't matter. Point is that
Alex,
they actually started to get uncomfortable and felt like they had to make a move there. And that played straight into the hands of Magic, posted on those angles. It's going to be a barrage of individuals charging forward through B main. Kills go back and forth. Luckily for Magic, they actually get a kill elsewhere to keep the numbers level, because Gentlemates trade favorably in that exchange on B main.
Yeah, we haven't seen many fights around B at all in that fashion in this half. Gentlemates have been very mid and A focused the entire map so far, which is why we've had so many retakes and afterplants in the A-bomb site. Tenzi was playing that position near the door, which is one of the last positions you do tend to check, but he's going to put himself back in MBK now. And Davigi and Mopos are both going to come through door, which is a little bit unusual. But now Tenzi will know what's up immediately. It's hard cleared by Mopos, but Tenzi is sharper. One more Davigi, another double headshot from Tenzi. He is so damn good. And Magic, from a 3-0 deficit, are 8-4 up at half and well on their way to the semi-finals tomorrow.
Yeah, big time. Barely wrap your hand around it. Feels familiar. Anyway, here we go. From a 0-3 start for Magic, they end half 8-4. So they won 8 out of 9 rounds, Trav, as they're now in full control and just 5-round wins away from a spot into tomorrow's action.
Yes, sir. Let's get back underway. Could this be the final half of the B stream action for the EU qualifier for Star Series 20? Dualies for Davigi, dualies for Salsal. They're looking to try and pick a player from the boost. I think they might leave him there as well, while Magic look to take the A-bomb site through main. Keep an eye on that vent position. And right now, there's only really 2 close responders on that A side of the map for Gentlemates. Davigi will now know what's up. We'll be playing around that cross smoke, as so many CTs often do. And AW is trying desperately to find him, but he can't at the moment. Mopos is now on the scene. They're going to force the issue. There is one trade for Mopos. Goes back to look for Moon on the fork position. Hard one to grab, but he's helped out by Crucial and Alex. Now Masval and Tenzi all alone. There's one from Tenzi, but he's low on bullets. He needs help from Masval on the swings. And there's Masval with one more, but the dualies are too powerful from Salsal. And Gentlemates have some recovery available to them now.
Yeah, I mean, a much-needed pistol round. It feels like had they lost that pistol, it would have been inevitable that they would have gone on and lost the map. So Important retake coming through from them there. Good cross cover being provided. Important shots being landed. Magic just get overwhelmed. Probably going to be a force by a follow-up coming through from Magic with them having gotten the bomb down in the pistol round that they lost. See what they can bring to the table.
Plant means 3 Galils, as it so often does. A little update a while ago, quite a while ago now, that maybe prevented as much power on these forces for AT side on the second level after the bomb plant, but it's still incredibly dangerous and incredibly prevalent that these rounds are won.
Gentlemates have got to hold on here. Oh.
Ouch.
Yeah. Some damaged ankles after that one.
Metatarsal injury.
ACL maybe. So, it's actually 3 rifles against 3 rifles here. Like I said, Gentlemates need to win round 14. That's non-negotiable. Spade 8 scaling his way up Speedway, but looks like the rest of the troops are going to be heading in towards the speed bomb site, and Spade 8 might actually find some favorable timing. I mean, if he rounds the corner, Crucial could be in some deep trouble. Doesn't look like Spade 8's too keen to make this move right now. Instead, it's going to be all in on the speed bomb site. Trades the name of the game. Only 22 seconds left. They're actually going to pull the trigger and moving away from the speed bomb site. Tenzi's going to be able to path his way up Speedway. Spade 8 is called for his team just in the nick of time. Now, sure, they'll have trouble with Crucial, but that doesn't impede the bomb plant.
What a call for Magic. Can they convert it from here? Spade 8's got a very powerful angle on that heaven position still, which he's not been seen at any point, right, if I'm not mistaken? So
definitely not.
He's in a very good spot. Now he's known about, but it's a great reaction and adjustment to find Crucial. He'll finally get taken out by Mopos, but Tenzi can pick off of that contact to find Alex, and then Mopos is cleaned up by Masval. Oh, what a call from Magic that was to go back to A with Spade 8's position.
Brilliant, like, even just late round decision making, because often if you look at the clock and you see how little time there is to work with, you'd probably be inclined not to actually try and change the plan so late in the round. But it just shows how Magic are able to chop and change on a dime and take advantage of kind of the opportunity that presents itself. They'd seen how much resistance there was in on that B-bomb site for Gentlemates, and obviously Spade 8 had already carved that way up Speedway onto the A-bomb site. So he calls for his teammates to rotate back in that direction. And they smartly don't try and go through A main because that's an unknown quantity, at least not with the bomb, right? And then even just good trading coming through. Spade 8 gets a kill from on top of the catwalk, and then you have Tenzi who swings off his contact. And Magic, sure, they lost the pistol, but they win the force by afterwards. And that might even be more detrimental for Gentlemates than what it would have been had they just lost the pistol straight up.
Yeah, exactly. Lorgar PCs are not far away from either one of these two teams, and most likely Magic play a BO3 tomorrow. And of course, that BO3 won't be easy. NIP or Heroic will be waiting for them. That's the last match of the day. That's planned for the A stream in about 15 minutes' time. Oh, Spade 8. The force is decimated by the captain of Magic. That's way too easy.
Spade 8 at your peril, because he has just been impeccable here on this second map. Just look at the kill distribution across the board on Magic right now, Trav. Everybody between 11 and 15 frags. Everybody online and contributing in a meaningful fashion.
Beautiful.
Spade 8 gets 3 brilliant kills. Magic up to double digits. Force by unsuccessful for Gentlemates. And it seems like their chances here in the qualifier hang on by a thread.
It's so effortless as well from Spade 8, which is all the more impressive. And those Gentlemates' odds will get wider and wider. What, 5.3 now on stake for them. On a full eco, that's to go down 11-5, and already Magic all over the B-bomb site. They're littering it, carpeting it with utility. Just hoping Gentlemates that one player or two will go back and maybe check the boost and grab a rifle or two.
It should be impossible at 5-11, right? With how good Magic have looked, in particular in the gun rounds, guys. Remember that Gentlemates started 3-0 on cash. They've won 2 of soon to be the past 13 rounds. It's a massive indictment in terms of how much they've been dominated in the gun rounds in particular. Magic are very dangerous with momentum.
Good catch from Tenzi. That was a gun round, and they were trying to fight highway, and you had an M4 and an AUG. That is one of my favourite positions on the map, in that little corner behind the little ramp into connector, but not when you've got a P250 and you're all alone.
Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work out too often, I'm afraid. All right, well, Magic, how long can they do this? Excuse me, Gentlemates. The HUD, fix the HUD. My brain can't comprehend the necessary computing power to make up for the names being wrong. How long can Gentlemates hold on for is the question. Have they got a little bit of Magic in them? Because Magic have been deep in Gentlemates throughout the series, Trav.
Yeah, and I don't think Gentlemates like that too much, unfortunately.
I know I wouldn't.
Magic fully in control. There is a chance here for Gentlemates, though, on this CT side. Mopaz has got an AW, they've now got a 4v2. And as usual, we see a little bit of something from Gentlemates at the end of some of these maps, but invariably it is too little too late. Davy G does the right thing here, doesn't overpeak too much. We spoke on main to block off Masval and Moon. Davy just needs to make sure he holds on here. Make sure you confirm this 6th round. And there we go. We'll get some help from Alex. They all realised what was going on very quickly, and 3 CTs are on the scene pretty speedily. So Magic will have money to go again to try and reach 12.
And a tech pause here. Gentlemates are going to have to dig deep to try and deliver what's necessary to keep themselves in the contest. Hopefully, Mopaz's dog hasn't done him dirty again.
Good point, but I had a player disconnect, and we've seen a player disconnect, so that'll be the reason this time.
Yeah, and we saw him standing up as well, looking like he was plugging in a cable. I'm going to assume it's like a mouse dying or headphones or something he's going to charge.
What do you think's written on that whiteboard? Do you think it's anything serious? I see some circles and maybe a smiley face. I'm not sure.
No, it's tough to tell. Look like the 2 circles are a little bit out of shape. Oh, yeah, it is a smiley. You're right. Look there. You can actually see, like, at the bottom half of the smile. No, that's the smile coming out on the right side of the chair.
Okay.
Do you see that? There's like a line, half circle.
Yes, I
and then
see.
it's the 2 eyes, little dots on them.
There we go.
So that's what their game planning is about, is
smiling.
Don't worry, just be happy. Yeah, don't worry, be happy now.
If I could whistle,
Love that.
I could make that even better, but I'm not a whistler, unfortunately.
I was whistling, but unfortunately it doesn't come through my microphone gate. And it would probably just like peak the hell out of my mic as well and just wreck everybody's ears at home. So maybe that's a good thing. Maybe the NVIDIA broadcast microphone gate is helping people out there.
Yeah, I mean, Daniel, our lovely producer, he can whistle. And he's showing off right now. But he can whistle and I can't.
I can too, okay? They just can't hear it. Yeah, it's
No, I
only
know.
you. There's
That's
only
what I
one,
said,
right,
man.
but-
I'm
No, I just want to clarify.
I'm taking ownership of this, man. Come on now.
Just making sure. Just making sure. I don't want to get lost in the chaos. Either way, looks like we have got the game about to get underway here once again. Yeah, there we go. Countdown commences. Gentlemates have got to believe, Trav. They've got to maintain the belief all the way up until the bitter end.
And here we go. The charge out of spawn. Maybe with an ATK mouse, you could be able to do that at home. If you win our 80k giveaway, make sure to scroll down and click the banner below the stream. Could have a chance on a brand new peripheral. Maswell in the corner of Squeaky. Ready and raring to go with Spade already close main. Levich's having to look at both right now. He does well to find the first straight away.
Seemed like he was a little bit disconnected from Masval. Like, I was thinking Masval was going to open the squeaky door as soon as Fade 8 tried to come through main. So a bit disjointed between the two of them means that Fade 8 will go down for free and there's no opportunity for a response out of Magic. There was a lot more emphasis on defending middle from Magic on their CT side, whereas Gentlemates are prioritizing the extremities of the map. Now, there has been a duel one back elsewhere. Not even exactly sure. It's actually A main. There we go. Alex has still been able to cross and get himself in the corner. And it's probably unlikely that this gets hard cleared. Let's see if Moon has his wits about him. It should be drilled into every Counter-Strike player. Check your corners. And Alex actually will kind of be a little bit proactive, take a little bit of initiative from the corner there and take the fight on his own terms to regain that man advantage.
Oh, but Tenzi, talking about being proactive. I mean, he was the bomb carrier. That was an all-or-nothing swing from him. If he goes down, it's pretty much round over, and that is what can swing moments in these games between these two. Another one where just the pure individual ability is shining for Magic. Manswell will break through from Squeaky eventually after being very patient the whole round. They'll get the bomb planted with 12 seconds on the clock, and Mopos and Southsol have a big job to do. Mopos is pretty quick in this A main flank, and Southsol is trying to distract them from that. That's worked well. AW will jump into Mopos, and now 2v2, very doable with Manswell being put into the open. Needs to win his fight, he won't, and Southsol will trade immediately and find Tenzi. Okay, Gentlemates, another A site retake. They were struggling on those in the first half. Were now holding on to the site. Maybe retaking the site is more their thing.
Yeah, and they make it look easy, honestly. They make it look really very convincing between Sarsel and Mopos just coming through and winning their respective duels. Magic never really able to put up any semblance of resistance on that A bomb site there. At least they get the bomb plants, and it actually looks like that's going to push them over the edge to go for a full purchase here. Trying to figure out how they're going to juggle their weaponry, and Moon will end up with an AWP, so they've done well to get out as much as they have, but Gentlemates are slowly clawing their way back into this competition.
At this level, there's rarely an easy game. It's rarely a just complete demolition job of a performance, other than when we've seen Echo play Nuclear Tigers.
Oh, does he pull the trigger? Do either of them? Oh, break on the smoke.
Wow.
Crucial will net the kill, and somehow he's come away with another. How has he not gone down there? I just see his HP bar ticking down. I'm watching the kill feed, expecting to see his name appear on the receiving end, but no. Moon and Sfade both destroyed by Crucial. Masval will go down as well, and Gentlemates making a very realistic case for coming back in on Cash.
And that's one of the things Cash didn't have in the old days when it was back in the pool in 2019 on Global Offensive. He didn't have nades breaking smokes like that with those sort of ploys and strategies. In the old days, can't believe the old days of 2019, but it is. In the old days, you'd just be sitting behind that smoke waiting for it to fade and hoping smoke fade plays in your favour, because in Global Offensive, playing smoke fade was often the way to go. But in CS2, Cash has been given a little bit of a lease of life, not just with its design, but also with those nades. And it comes through from a teammate, sets up Crucial beautifully. And as you say, the double was a surprise. Svedek getting caught too was A very nice one to grab. The gap is now only 3.
Yeah, with an anti-eco to follow as well, because Magic don't get the bomb down in the round. In fact, they barely inflict any damage. So Gentlemates have now got enough money such that if they lose a round, it's not like it's immediately game over. They'll be able to afford another full buy. So Magic are going to have to do this on hard mode from here. Previous time these two teams played against each other on cash was just the other day. And on that occasion, Trav, it was a 5-7 halftime scoreline when Magic had started on the CT side. They then won 7 out of 12 rounds on their T side. Right now, they're struggling to close out the game on their T side. So a massive contrast between these two games with just a couple days between them.
Lovely early lineup nade there for the possibility of the B rush. That's one of my favorite pre-nades to use in a round. When you put yourself on the left corner of heaven, coming out of the heaven exit, and bank that nade off the ground. If there are players close already to the cross where we see AW here, that nade will explode right in their grundle.
Sounds like the worst possible place, honestly.
It is, I can assure you.
I hope you're not speaking from experience, but more just from hypothetically.
Hypothetical knowledge.
Ah, okay. Again, Magic have done the same thing where one player's just walked out of A main, tried to get towards Forklift, and he's just died while Masval was squeaky. And they're just not combining with one another. There's no combination of the door. Normally what you want to do is you want to open up the door just before the player comes through from A main. Because then the attention of anybody here on the bomb site would be drawn in towards the door. And then you have that activation from A main immediately afterwards that might be able to catch somebody off guard. It's been very disjointed from Magic so far over on the same bomb site, and it's going to be a flawless anti-eco coming through from Gentlemates. So have reduced the gap all the way from what was 11-5 to now just a 2-round gap.
All of a sudden, this one is becoming another one of those close affairs between these two. Last 4 BO3s they've played, only one of them was a stomp. And funnily enough, that was 4 Gentlemates back in February. After that, they've all been 2-0s, but all of them have included at least 1 overtime. Stake ranked episode 2 close qualifier, 2-0, both overtimes, 22-19, 19-16. An overtime at PGL Astana in the 2-2 match, the critical 2-2 match to qualify for playoffs. 19-17 on cash in this very qualifier 4 days ago. Will we get a close one again here? Kenzie looking to try and place forward, but Crucial still on that angle. Masval found Davy, which is something. He plays with that squeaky door position. Looks like Magic are going to fall away, and Masval will continue to fake.
Yeah, Masval's just trying to keep the focus in towards the safe bomb site for now, while the team look to try and go in towards middle. Instead, we haven't seen a whole lot of emphasis on mid control coming through from Magic, basically at all throughout this half. It's really just been a focal point on the extremities of the map so far. Breach that minute mark, a little bit of util left remaining. Svede's going to shoot out the vent here to make sure Sarsel's not able to play any games, but Sarsel will just find great timing. Man advantage now for his team as a result. And back towards A they go. Really well-timed smoke grenade out of Crucial. Alex has been given the AWP as well.
Yeah, this doesn't feel possible, does it? Can I just find a way to break in again? Last time they did, they got into an altar plot, but did in the end lose it. Masval set up for him, trying to cross these angles and take a fight when he's not even above half HP. Moon can't even trade Crucial. It's going to be all good for Gentlemates. Moon has no way in. He'll get one, but Mopos will hit that quick headshot with the AK, and Gentlemates have all the money in the world to fight for this one, even in regulation all of a sudden. They're 1 behind. Magic have not been able to get to 12. Maybe a third map is possible after all.
I mean, it's looking increasingly more likely at this point, if not the most likely outcome between this ending 2-0 and us going to a decider. Considering this is going to be 10-11, Magic are going to have to eco again. No weapon saved. Just 1 round between the two of them. And I lie, they're actually going to go for another purchase here. Oh, Magic. Oh, is this one going to be a bit of a pacier play coming through from them in towards this A bomb site? They really are stubbornly persisting with A right now. We haven't seen a single B exec coming through from Magic, and Salso's kind of realized they're not playing on the side of the map at all. Maybe I can try and get ahead of the round. However, AW's done a really good job of just locking that down and denying the play. A rare open and kill here for Magic.
Yeah, and Gentlemates had 3 players over toward that B side of the map before Salsal died. So it's almost like they are also thinking, surely they're conditioning us for a B play eventually, right? But maybe not. They're going to leave 1 player there now. In Mopoz. And 3 players going back through Highway, through CT toward A to fight for it. And they'd be right to do so. Gentlemates have already looked for information on B. It's failed. Now with 3 players A, they may as well. And they'll see that A main is totally clear. They can leave Crucial on that line now and move Davy G a bit further forward. Maswell's about to use his utility and could get caught with that drawn. Exactly. Good moves from Gentlemates again. They're going to speed up now on B, but Mopoz is very ready for it. AW goes pretty much alone in that position. And now, once again, Magic having to fight from behind. 3v4, 20 seconds left. Time against them. They have got good progress, but Mopoz is still standing tall until then. Finally, we're going to get a B site after plant here, as Moon will scarp onto the site and get it down. But it's a safe plant, worried about that flank, and for good reason. Alex has found 1 on Tenzi. In comes Davy G, though. Maybe that's a bit too early. Crucial wasn't really in position, and he won't even get a chance to click Moon. Magic have broken through finally, and at the right time, perhaps just the right time, they'll hit 12.
And again, some just good decision-making coming through from Magic there, because there was quite a lot going on in the round, and eventually they were able to get themselves and figure out the plan that they were going to try and end this round on B. There were a couple spanners thrown in the works there with WG and Mopoz both finding kills, but Magic continued to persist, and this is what's really separated them in recent times, is that they're able to actually deliver in these really tense moments and hold their nerve and keep their composure. I'm pretty sure that might be the first bomb plant on the B site in this entire map. Do you remember any others? Am I tripping here?
Honestly, I think you might be right.
Crazy.
They've been very, very mid-A focused, both these 2 teams. Crucial sees a bullet come flying through toward that position, and they will be broken again. This time, though, it's not 2 for Crucial like it was before. It's 1 back for Moon, 1 for Spade 8. He will go down to Alex, and Moon is now locked off behind that smoke, and it's a huge win for Southall on AW. That's been a battle back and forth on that side of the map a couple of times. Not going quietly, the CT side here.
Not at all, as has been the case throughout the half so far. From a 5-11 deficit, they've won 5 of the past 6 to keep themselves in the competition. Magic going to reroute this one through Squeaky Door into the A bomb site. Now, currently, there is a pretty big window of opportunity for them with both Alex and Mopoz focused into middle. And in fact, they're going to continue to push through middle. So they've just abandoned this A bomb site altogether. Now, what that does mean is that they're going to have a double flank if Alex persists. No, instead, he'll boost up Mopoz. It's going to be a quick flank as a result of the boost. A site completely opened up. Moon's AWP could be the main problem here, but there's so much utility, Trav. There's 3 fire grenades, 2 incendiaries, and 1 molly. You'd imagine that means Moon should just get mollied out in Squeaky Door. Tenzi needs at least 1, and he's just in no man's land, hugging the smoke grenade. There's kits in play for Gentlemates, though, so they can afford to take their time.
This is so tough for Tenzi. Moon is going to be locked behind utility as well, like you're mentioning, playing in Squeaky. Salsal is low HP, sure, but in comes that first smoke. Moon will still find Salsal after all, though, and Tenzi's found one of his own. It's a 1v1, Moon versus Mopoz, and time really is an issue for Mopoz. He needs to get up that defuse, he's going to continue to hold it, and he will play Moon. Oh my word. He's keeping his team alive right at the last. And he'll find the kill as well. That means there's no AWP for Moon unless they want to get it dropped by Tenzi. He's going to stick with the Galil. This one's going all the way.
I mean, I really like the thought process there from Moon, except the fact that he doesn't commit, because I think if he flies through, even if he dies and therefore forces Mopoz off the defuse, was there enough time for their Mopoz to have defused the bomb afterwards? Probably not. I think that Moon has made the right play right up until the point where he hasn't actually committed. He was just really hoping that the footsteps would have spooked Mopoz, but Mopoz, like I've just described, is in a position where there's no option or choice for him but to just stick the defuse, because even if he does get off it and get the kill, there wouldn't have been time, I don't think. So, Oh, very tense stuff. I mean, the fact that Magic make that one as close as they did really did. It was very impressive in the 2v3. But Mopaz will lock it in for his team, the veteran here on Gentlemates, as they bring it all the way to a one-round gap. 1 round between them, running it back in overtime and being eliminated from the qualifier.
Had a little freeze there for a second when Moon was not closing the distance on Mopaz. Well, I didn't know whether the game was over or not.
I did as well, by the way.
Unfortunate. Yeah, that was hard to play by play in the moment, but I tried. Round 24. Full buy for Magic, just without that Moon AWP. Are we going to overtime? Feels like it would be right.
Stern test.
Knowing how these two teams have played previously, there's always been an overtime.
Oh, Daviji's probably just priming an HE grenade for now, you would imagine. Actually, the Molly smoke combination, Masvel forced to use his own smoke grenade to extinguish the Molly. I thought that might prompt the nade follow-up, having confirmation that there was a player in position. As Magic starts to take a little bit of shape here in the round, the bomb starts to gravitate in towards that B bomb site. 45 seconds on the clock.
Nades being primed.
Trying to keep... I was going to say, just trying to keep Gentlemates focused on that A bomb site with Util.
Yeah. And Sveda in that boost position could still play a very important part. They are being a bit louder about things now with 30 seconds to go on toward B though. So Southall might know what's coming. It's half cleared by AW, but Southall can't take advantage of it. AW flicks back at the right time, but he does get spammed out, AW, by Alex, and Mopaz is still delivering. It's only one. None above the smoke. Very difficult. Moon has somehow found Davy G as well.
Time.
I'm not sure how he's managed that, but 10 seconds on the clock to get that bomb over to the site. The incendiary is really good. Manuel has to run through it. 5 seconds. The kill might come through, and the bomb can be planted right in the corner. Not even on default, not even on the other default. Close for that checker's position. Crucial now. Very difficult for him, 1v3. It's a lovely opening kill, and Masvel will drop. Moon 3 HP. Is he aware of that possibility? He's going to go for the simple. He'll try and drop down. But now he's known about 23 HP as well. It's 1 bullet from either Moon or Spade, and Moon will get it done. Overtime prevented for the first time in 3 BO3s between these two. And Magic are 1 BO3 away from Star Series 20.
It's really unfortunate there for Gentlemates, battling all the way back from a 5-11 deficit to go 11-12 and then fall that short is going to be a tough pill for them to swallow. At least they can hold their heads high and say they gave that everything they had. They didn't go out with a whimper, but you got to give credit to Magic, man. I mean, the fact that they themselves don't start getting in their heads and overthinking the game and let that choke actually just overwhelm them and then actually drop the ball, have the game going to OT, drop their heads, and who knows what happens from there. Some really strong moments in that last round from Moon in particular as well.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Gentlemates will be a little bit upset considering they got so close but yet so far again on that comeback. But at the same time, I think they'll just look at the situation they're in, with Crucial and say, what can you do, really? Like, I think it was always a destiny, unfortunately, for me, that they weren't going to qualify for this tournament. And, you know, I do hope for their sake that the core continues playing as well as it has been. And Crucial played a good game, by the way. He did not play badly by any stretch.
The whole tournament, yeah.
Yeah, the whole tournament, the whole qualifier. Crucial played genuinely decent. But I still think that, unfortunately, this Gentlemates team are on a downtrend. And with the rumours that maybe the organisation is looking to leave, maybe we could be looking at Iberian/Dutch Soul as a name, returning to the Tier 2 space. But Magic, thoroughly deserved. Great moments from Masval and Tenzi in this overall in the BO3. And Sveda, again, even the captain, putting in the hard work there, as you can see with the ADR.
Yeah, and that's something that we continue to highlight with these Magic games is just how you've got very strong mechanical players across the...
always making something out of nothing. Then you feel me? I'm glad to be in that position because everything is growth.
Every time I elevate, it's something to celebrate. John Jones, I went to heavyweight on these featherweights, but I ain't backing down, I'ma take the weight up another plate. Lean at the crumbs, that's how you eat, let me demonstrate. Decade in the game, I ain't lost a step, I just up the pace. Watch them up the pay, I put in the reps and pick up the chase. Then it up the balance, but we ain't even no miles away. It ain't just a talent, I took the challenge and walked the craze. Fell a couple times, but I got back up with some saving grace. Definitely leader, a pastor still need a preacher. Talk to me when I'm shallow, lend a lens to see deeper, closer in to see higher up. That's too much for the speakers, but ain't much for the thinkers. Clouded, I rush to the lower end to see what's